Hey. Hola, hola.
Welcome all. I would like to kindly ask you to take your seats so that we can start with this seminar, this conference that is titled A New Architect for Redesigning Global Fiscal Rules. Later on, I can give you an explanation of the title. In Spanish, it is the female architect and not a male architect. We can talk about that over coffee if you want. Welcome, I'm Adrián Falco. I'm the coordinator of fiscal justice in Latindad, and I'm also the secretary of the Tax Justice Network for Latin America and the Caribbean. We are very happy with all the people who have come from Latin American countries and from other countries in the Global South to have this exchange on global fiscal governance and also to speak about the Latin American reality and how this Latin American reality matches these global fiscal rules. We started working early this week on different related topics in different events, but we insisted on the importance of highlighting that this is not a technical discussion. It is rather a political discussion that involves all citizens. And this is what we are going to raise here. This is a political discussion because global governance is of a political nature, not a technical nature. So today we are going through a process within the United Nations that is the result of the work done by the Global South, African countries. A more democratic space has been created for discussing fiscal governance. And we have the OECD countries, of course, with their own positions, their own needs, and their own view of the world that is opposite to the view of the world that we have in the Global South. Also important is the legitimacy for making decisions. Is the OECD the place where decisions should be made? Is the G7 representative enough? Those are the questions that we should ask ourselves. The North seems to be immune to the rules that we try to apply in the South, and they use our countries as lab settings. And there are big discussions within the OECD and the G20 what should be done with tax havens. There are many G20 countries that are actually tax havens where the rich conceal their fortunes, the resources of our countries, and it seems that tax havens don't exist for them. So what should we do? Should we shut them down, as we said in the G20 summit years ago? Actually, they haven't shut down, they have grown. But we also need to talk about a tax cooperation, which is absolutely necessary in Latin America. We have the tax platform of Latin America and the Caribbean, promoted by Chile, Brazil, and other countries, and Peru, together with the technical secretariat by the ECLAC. Of course, that is not a binding forum, but it can be useful to discuss proposals and political positions. And that is the other leg. This platform, the PTLAC, should not become just a group of technical experts writing papers. It should go beyond that. It should surpass the technical barriers in order to create the political discussion that will enable us to modify rules, laws, regulations in our countries. The OECD can't continue to govern international taxation. That is clear to us all. So hopefully, what we are doing in the Global Alliance for Tax Justice and the Network on Tax Justice for Latin America and the Caribbean, we can do something to fulfill that purpose. And one last comment before giving the floor to Natalie. Well, we have a minimum global tax, we have a tax on financial transactions, and we need to revisit all that to see if that is really useful for Latin American countries. Is a minimum global tax of 15% useful for us? Taxes on financial transactions are of use for our countries? This is something that we need to discuss. Later on, I'm going to give the floor to Natalie, and I would like to say that in the civil society, we have been making big efforts to build bridges between and among stakeholders that are relevant and key to this debate: journalists, governments, within governments, tax administrations. We advocate with CIAT to have more training, more strengthening of tax administrations because they play a key role here. But we also talk to Congress people, parliament members. We do a lot of advocacy work there because we know that is the place where all these issues are discussed. The tax system is a political dispute arena. So We aim at its profound reform in all Latin American countries. If we want to improve public policies, if we want to ensure quality education, if we want to improve care policies and employment access policies, we need to improve and reform the tax system. There is no other path. We can't do it by adjustments. There is no future with adjustments. So welcome. And now I'll give the floor to Natalie so that she can give some introductory remarks. Thank you, Adrián. Good morning to you all. As Adrián said, it is my pleasure to be here with you. So welcome. I'm Natalie from INESC, that is a Brazilian organization working on budgetary and human rights issues. I'm also part of the Tax Justice Network for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm also part of the chair of LatinDad, and I'm also involved in the principles of human rights and fiscal policy. So human rights for us are very important. Since I'm Brazilian, I speak Portuguese, so sometimes my Spanish is not that good, so please bear with me. Apologies in advance for that. As Adrián said, I would like to share a few thoughts looking forward to these 2 days of work. As Adrián said, we fight to make sure that global taxes are discussed within the United Nations and not in the OECD, that should have a gender perspective, that there are more resources mobilized through more progressive tax systems to combat the bleeding of resources that do not come to our budget as a result of illicit financial flows or tax avoidance or inefficient tax spending, because we defend tax cooperation, because we advocate transparent systems, and all this is important, but it's not enough. We must not only reform our tax systems, but also reinvent them in order to deal with the multiple crises that we are facing and the new social demands, as we discussed in the conference in the last 2 days. I think that reinventing our tax systems should consider 4 dimensions at least, because our systems were drafted and implemented by white men from the north in a system of accumulation, and our tax systems today reflect this kind of image, and this needs to be changed. That is why my suggestion is to reinvent them, reformulate them, reshape them, at least from 4 points of view. First, tax systems need to contribute to the care society, understanding care as a change of paradigm, as a set of values, principles, goods and services and activities that are needed for social reproduction. So that changes completely the power relations existing today. And tax systems are a very important gear in this mechanism for building care societies. And there are a few examples so we can cite. Of course, whenever we say that we need to reinvent systems, we think that we need to challenge the current systems. But we can think about cashback mechanisms for caregivers. We can incentivize the role of private sectors for maternity leaves and paternity leaves that are equal. So in Brazil, we have 4-month leave. Companies should give also fathers 4 months paternity leaves, and they would get some tax incentives. Then taxation on assets to fund care activities. So of course, we need to sit at the table and envisage tax systems that can be used for funding care societies. The second dimension that is also an aspect related to care but requires a specific analysis is climate change. That is more evident. A lot has been said about this in different spaces. So the tax system has to be put to the service of punishing corporations or sectors that produce greenhouse gases and encourage territories, communities to make progress as they contribute to a greener world. Then we have all the territories that are the result of the leaks of proceeds from activities that lead people to slavery conditions. Well, we need to identify those territories and dismantle them for a more inclusive system. And then there is a measure proposed by the G20 in theory but not implemented, that it has to do with applying excessive taxes on fossil fuel industries. I don't know what the number would be in Spanish, but $1 trillion is what was no longer levied to support the fossil fuel industry. So Sukman says that all these can be financed with the wealth tax. So if we stop giving subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, then those resources could be allocated to these other areas. And then decolonization. A fourth of the Latin American population belongs to Afro-descendants and indigenous peoples. And 5 centuries ago, these peoples were deprived of their land, they were abused of, they were ill-treated, so we need to repair and redress these significant abuses. And tax policies should contribute to repairing that damage and with affirmative measures. Here we need to challenge ourselves to think about that because it won't be easy. But once again, we could think about cashback policies for Afro-descendants or indigenous individuals. In Brazil, there is a huge movement with black people. Black people who earn the same as white people shouldn't pay the same tax because they don't have the same level of accumulation as whites. So this is something that we need to consider. And as Adrian said, when we think about decolonization and redressing, we need to consider global fiscal rules because tax havens are a shame. And finally, the last dimension that we need to take into account to reformulate and reshape and refound our tax systems and tax cooperation is that all these should be done in a participatory manner. There are 2 big achievements that we have made as a result of the efforts of the global civil society together with the African Union to change the global fiscal rules within the United Nations and not in the OECD. So we need a constant participation of the civil society. These are major achievements, but these are not enough. In addition to social participation at the global level, we also need to strive to have social participation in our respective countries. I made a suggestion to one ministry in Brazil to have a national taxation council, and they almost killed me when I said that. So finance is something that cannot be part of the public debate. It seems possible, but but in the past, we couldn't think of any public participation in this kind of discussion. So we need to fight for all these strategies. So these are my suggestions just to come out of our daily struggles and think about other paradigms. So I wish you success in your discussions today and tomorrow. Thank you. All right. So with this, we officially open this seminar. I'm going to stay here because I will be moderating the first panel. Let me invite to come on stage the Lux panel. I couldn't be more proud of having this opening panel. I'm going to make all the necessary introductions, but let me invite Dereje Alemayehu. Let's give him a round of applause. He is the executive coordinator of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. Also Pablo Ferreri. Pablo? Nicolas Bome, I understand that he is joining us remotely. Mercedes Marco del Pont, please come here on stage so that we can start with the first panel. This panel is titled The United Nations Convention on Tax Cooperation. Is this a tool to address distributive problems in the region? Can anyone tell me whether Nicolas has already joined? Um, because we should start with him because I got a request because he has some other meetings at the ministry. Oh, we see Nicolas joining remotely. Great.
Bueno, vamos a comenzar entonces con...
So let's start with Nicolas Bome. He's an economist, graduated at the University of Chile. He has a master's degree in economics from Massachusetts University, and currently he's the coordinator of tax policy at the finance ministry in Chile. And in that role, he coordinates the pro tempore presidency in Chile for the PTLAC, the tax platform for Latin America and the Caribbean. As we said in the opening session, we will have 10, 15 minutes for each presentation, and then we will have a Q&A for some questions and thoughts from the audience. So, Nicolas, well, good morning. You have the floor.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning, Adrian. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this event. And greetings to you all who are listening to me. Can you hear me well? Yes, loud and clear. Great. All right. So let me begin by apologizing because I will have to leave the session probably before the end of the panel. We also have a quite busy domestic agenda today. I have some appointments and I need to take care of those. So that is why I thank you for allowing me to present first. So this first panel will address this question, and I think this is quite relevant because we need to ask ourselves to what extent the international tax cooperation initiatives, and in particular the convention that is being discussed within the United Nations, can be a tool to address distribution problems in the region. So my first answer is yes. I will try to explain to you why I think that this can become an important tool. So first, I think that we should agree on the fact that we have a very unequal region where tax issues do very little or nothing at all to reduce these basic inequalities that exist in the region. Actually, this is what one of the reports from the Working Party on Progressiveness tried to systematize. That group worked during the first year of the operation of PTLAC under the Colombia's pro tempore presidency. That report highlighted something that is relevant to this discussion. One of the main causes, according to the report, of this regressive condition that we see in tax systems in the countries in the region is low effective taxation of capital income, since usually we have an association with higher income people. We have difficulties to increase the tax levy on private capital, and therefore we end up having a regressive system. This is not just a problem that affects Latin America. This is a global trend. But however, it is clearly seen in Latin America. For instance, in 2022, based on tax microdata, we analyzed the tax burden in Chile, considering the entire income distribution, and we see that the first 99 percentiles, that is 99% of the population, have a relatively steady tax burden, and then this tax burden drops significantly in the richest percentile of distribution. 0.1% of the richest people and 0.01% of the richest percentile. And when we analyze why that tax burden dropped in this segment, considering that the nominal rates for income tax are progressive, we found that tax burden on the income or the revenue coming from capital was quite low compared to the taxes paid by the working class. We can look at a similar situation in the U.S., where we have a neutral tax burden for the 99% and then a drop for the other 1% of the population. So this is a generalized problem. And although this is not the only characteristic, but one of the characteristics that can be used to explain this pattern with tax bases that tend to be more narrow for private capital. At the international level, we see that capital is highly mobile, much more mobile than labor. Therefore, the international dimension is extremely important in this debate. After agreeing on this first diagnostic element, I think that we need to take into account that today we have some space for opportunity with tax issues and with international tax discussion. We don't have the same conditions and situation that we had 20 years ago. Years ago, there was some level of consensus regarding the fact that the only way of incentivizing growth and investment processes was offering domestic policies that set tax advantages for corporations. But today, we are more aware of the fact that the international domestic tax architecture have to tend towards progressiveness. Considering all the limitations and the pace that may be slower than we would like it, we have seen some concrete steps forward. Let me give you some examples. First, all the exchange information agreements established between jurisdictions. And this is already operational in several countries. In Chile, today we are receiving information that we didn't receive 10 years ago. And part of the challenge is to see how we can make better use of that information. I'm talking about information on Chilean residents and on income they have abroad. And that is a major factor that will contribute to narrowing down the gaps of tax avoidance at the international level. Another example is that of the BEPS initiative that was developed within the framework of the OECD. And the anti-tax avoidance rules at international level, which are quite important and provide us with tools to mitigate the problems we face, because it is quite difficult for us to find the profits of wealthy individuals or corporations. So within that context, where there are a lot of complexities and tensions and contradictions, but nevertheless a context that is quite fertile for making some progress, a group of developing countries have gotten together with a strong influence from African countries, and they have opened a window for having a United Nations Convention on Tax Cooperation. We have enthusiastically participated in that. I think that we need to acknowledge that the discussion on tax issues in the various jurisdictions in the countries in the region has not been so rich. So sometimes countries do not have good coordination and can't find common spaces at the international level. Therefore, Colombia's initiative, by leading the coordination of PTLAC, was quite significant considering the expectations in the region. And this is something that we have tried to do also during our tenure at the pro tempore presidency of the platform. We have tried to engage countries in the United Nations process. We have tried also to be a forum where we can exchange information and establish coordination among countries in the region. And in the medium and long term, we seek to set some common positions. But this is a long-term process that will not happen overnight. We are just laying the foundations for that process. So I think this experience has been quite rich. We have been able to exchange information on this process from our organization, from the PTLAC, especially considering that now we are heading towards the last round of negotiations in New York in a few days. That is what I can say about the platform. But now, if I have to refer to our country's position, we support the process and we are quite optimistic about it. We believe that the initial documents that have been exchanged show a clear path towards the development of a convention in the next few months. This can be a significant contribution to the international tax architecture. And we have emphasized a few aspects. Um, in answer to the question of this panel, we believe that the progressiveness has to be one of the objectives in the terms of reference. It has to be outlined as one of the objectives of the international tax system. We want the convention to refer to that. We think that that should be established in that convention, because this is very important in order to mobilize resources around the world. So we want those that have a greater contribution capacity, we want them to be able to contribute more in taxes. And then we have come to a clear diagnosis, and that is that taxation on capitals, income is a challenge at the global level, and therefore we need supplemental efforts at the domestic level. So we see Brazil's proposal, given its leadership position in the G20, and the proposal centers on global mechanisms for taxation on the wealthy. So we would like to engage in that discussion and make sure that there are some proposals put forward. We believe that that is a topic that needs to be discussed when drafting early protocols within the United Nations or in the early stages of the development of the convention. Of course, this is going to be a long process. No one expects this to be done overnight. We don't expect to have multilateral instruments in place overnight. We know that this implies complex deliberations, but anyway, we believe that it is worth supporting these initiatives because it makes sense to have international cooperation levels as effective tools to increase the progressive nature of domestic tax systems. So let me conclude by saying that we need to insist on discussing the progressive nature of tax systems. I think that this is an idea that is gaining support. We need to continue promoting it, and this will be very important for countries in the region. So that will be all, and thank you once again for the invitation.
Thank you, Nicolas, for your presentation and for your time as well. We know you're living difficult times in Chile in connection with the tax discussions. And I also know you cannot stay until the end of this panel, but I hope we'll stay as long as possible. So thank you for your presentation. Now we will turn to Pablo Ferreri, who's here on my right, not ideologically, of course. He's a public accountant. He specializes in taxes. He is from Uruguay. He's a member of the subcommittee on taxes on wealth from the United Nations. He's an advisor to international organizations, United Nations, OECD, IDB, World Bank. He was vice minister of the economy in Uruguay from 2015 to 2020. member of the House of Representatives and General Director of the Tax Revenue Authority in Uruguay. He was also the president of the Inter-American Center of Tax Administration between 2010 and 2011. As Vice Minister and Director of the Tax Revenue Authority, he participated in the most important tax reform in Uruguay that started in 2007 and included the adoption of transparency and international tax measures. Welcome. We're honored to have you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here dealing with such important topics related to our country's capacity to generate a path towards progress with social equity. My presentation will take some of the items mentioned by Nicolas. I'll try to explain my position so that you can understand why it is necessary to move forward in terms of international taxation. I will start with a brief diagnosis of the situation in Latin America, and based on the problems we see there, we will see what international cooperation can do to work this out and why it is so important to do this. Some of us already discussed this diagnosis over the last 2 days, but I will now focus on the importance of cooperation. First of all, this is a continent with a structural poverty problem. Here we see that after a decline at the beginning of the year 2000, Latin America is around 30%, has a 30% poverty rate. These are data for 18 countries. 18 countries. So if we take the continent as a whole, we see that there are around 200 million poor people and 72 million people living in extreme poverty. And in terms of inequality, Latin America has made some progress. The Gini index, as we can see on the left, has been going down, but this progress is not significant if we consider what's happening with the more developed countries. In red here, we see the OECD average on the Gini index, and we can see that Latin America is quite behind. We're still the most unequal region in the world. So we have a problem of structural poverty and inequality, which is quite serious. And I believe this is due to the fact that we're not collecting enough taxes, and we're not collecting correctly. And this is the core of the issue. Explains why international cooperation can help us solve this problem. Here on the left, we can see that Latin America has done part of its homework. We have to be aware of this. At the beginning of the 90s, average tax pressure in Latin America, as this black line, was around 15%. Today, the average is a little bit above 20%. However, the gap with developed countries, which is the upper line, has not changed significantly. So this is a continent that has increased its tax pressure, but that increase is not enough to fund all our public policies. And we can see this clearly on the right. The Latin American average is 21.5%. These are data from 2022, and the OECD average is 34%. So here we see that we are not collecting enough taxes. And here on this other graph, we see that we're not collecting taxes correctly. And this is due to the fact that the indirect taxes weight is much more important in our region as compared to what happens in developed countries where direct taxing contribution is higher. Here we see that the key problem is on personal income taxes. The green boxes is OECD, the purple or violet is Latin America. And here we see social contribution and social security. And here we see the whole path ahead in our continent so as to improve the tax system in terms of collecting more taxes and better taxes. Now, it's not only about designing the system to collect more and better. The devil is in the details, and these are not minor details. Even with this tax system in our region, tax collection might be better. And there comes another problem, institutionality and the capacity to fulfill the requirements of our tax systems. I understand that over the last few decades, things have improved. Nobody can deny this. Nobody can deny that the Argentinian Tax Revenue Authority is not a developed organization such as the Federal Reserve or SAT in Mexico or Uruguay administration. But if we see the average data, theoretical tax collection in Latin America could be almost 12 points of the GDP, and you can see the large amount, 4.50, that is not collected. In terms of added value, 2 points of the GDP are not collected due to non-compliance. So we are losing a lot of our GDP through evasion. And this has an impact on our public accounts. Explains tax problems in Latin America. This is the evolution of public expenditure in Latin America. And we can see global results. The graph with those boxes is total expenditure, green is primary expenditure, and here this dotted line is income, and this is the deficit. Latin America has a chronic deficit problem, a chronic tax deficit problem, and this has an impact on what we see on the right, the evolution of our country's public debt. So in terms of tax collection, we have a continent that, as I was saying, is not collecting enough, is not collecting correctly. There are some countries where the tax systems eventually generate more inequality after collecting taxes than before. It's like a hood robin situation. We increase inequality through tax collection, and this does not help us to have the necessary resource to implement public policies, and with time, it reduces our government's maneuvering position. As I was saying, tax evasion in Latin America is around 7% of the GDP. We can see that the added value tax was around $433 million. So even without modifying tax systems in Latin America, if we had efficient control mechanisms, we would have more than 7 points more of our GDP without changing anything. There's no theoretical scenario where you collect everything, but if we were able to reduce evasion levels by 50%, for example, then those resources would be much welcome in our continent. And I'm saying this because having tax administrations, I have worked in several Latin American countries, and I see tax administrations that work at a very high level. So the question is, why is it that they're not collecting what they should be collecting? Well, I understand that at the end of the day, there are some political decisions too. And very frequently, that does not depend on the current administration's political conditions, but it depends on what's happening in the country. I will give the example of my country. Mercedes did a very good job at the Argentinian Tax Authority. Now, if Uruguay, establishes a policy that affects income tax in Argentina, but has a waiver for some other tax resident authority, then, well, that will have an impact on the other countries. We were discussing this before our meeting. Or if there are countries that grant other benefits that are not only related to the tax nominal rate, but to tax expenditure. Some countries have an income tax that is around 30%, for example, but the tax expenditure makes that effective rate to be below 10%. In some countries, for example, Paraguay, has declared this. So there are some political decisions that affect the country's developing capacity for the work of tax administration to be frustrated, but there are also lack of coordination among the tax authorities in the region. I may have a more pessimistic view than Nicolas's perspective. I know some things have started to change, but not too many. I would say that the race to the bottom is still very much alive in our region. I was saying that we're not collecting taxes correctly. In Latin America, we're having issues to tax wealth in terms of wealth flow and in terms of wealth stock. In terms of flow, because if we take a look at the design and nominal rate on personal wealth or personal income, we see that the rates are low and the systems do not treat wealth in the same way, especially capital taxes. And we have also different ways of levying taxes on stock. Most countries do not have a tax on net wealth. In some countries, this has disappeared. I may mention the example of Colombia, that not only had the initiative to generate a PTLAC, but they also really struggled in their own country. President Petri and Minister Campo, they struggled to levy a tax on net wealth. And in Colombia, this has gone back and forth. This is not the first time they're doing this in Colombia. I hope they will not take it away, because Colombia has had this different journey in connection with this tax. It's been on and off, and it's interesting to see the tax history of this type of tax in Colombia. So we have to see how we can improve taxing on wealth flow and stock. This is the evolution of the wealth of billionaires in Latin America. Today, it exceeds 53 billion dollars. You can see the flow, the evolution of the assets of the billionaires and the rest of the population in the 2010 decade. Everything went down with the pandemic, but see what happened after the pandemic. The rest of the population grew a little bit, and see how the assets of the billionaires has grown. So the system of inequality and wealth concentration is more present than ever. So, as I was saying, in order to collect more and better, it is fundamental to improve tax system, but it is also necessary to reduce evasion. And this is why it is fundamental to improve transparency and fight fiscal abuse. But this cannot be done by individual countries. We require international cooperation, and international cooperation is related to many things. Here in red, I see some aspects that may be more fundamental a priori, such as convergence on tax designs to collect more. We need to have more standardized systems so that we do not have the race to the bottom. We also need to take into account those who make more money, gender issues, extractive industries, but there are many other aspects. I may be wrong, but I may refer to these other sectors as second level sectors, but it's related to our capacity to have better taxes on wealth. Other countries, do they use or do they not use tax information to combat other crimes such as fraud, money laundering? Latin American countries, all of them have the tax crime or fiscal crime. Do they really enforce those laws in terms of making decisions? you can analyze two countries having the same tax rate, but in one country you may have final beneficiary registry, identification of tax individuals, and tax information is used to fight other crimes. So all these things, of course, show that it is necessary to have regional cooperation and coordination. In the region today, there is not too much experience. I agree on this with Nicolas. For example, we do not have harmonized tax evasion studies to see how our countries behave. We do not have very sophisticated studies in terms of tax expenditure to see the impact of tax expenditure in Latin America, which is very, very high. We do not promote, in general terms, joint or simultaneous inspections of economic groups. That is, there are many, many aspects beyond the simple tax design and tax rates where tax cooperation is key. Consequently, it is necessary to promote global coordination instances. This may help us to fight tax evasion and avoidance, but we also need to harmonize tax designs to avoid that race to the bottom. And for all this, we need democratic discussion forums where all countries have a voice and a vote. As Adrian said in his opening words, is the OECD the right forum to have those discussions, to set up those tax conventions? Well, my answer is the following. I participated for about 15 years and in discussions at the OECD, and there is no equal footing there. To start with, because not all countries are members of the OECD, some are guests, some are observers or part of other groups, but we're not there on an equal footing. So the United Nations seem to be a more reasonable forum where better things may happen. And I'd like to underline a possible or potential forum. There are no certainties here because it depends on many other things that should happen and that should lead us in a certain direction. But I am a member of the subcommittee on taxes on wealth in the United Nations. There is a subsystem on taxes on wealth flow, and wealth stock. I don't think we may have a similar committee at the OECD, and I'm trying to be very respectful. During this second semester, we will see the result. There will be a draft project for countries in the region, and it actually focuses on developing countries whose situation at the time of taxing wealth is different from what's happening in developed countries. And this is why I think it is key to work in those environments where this South perspective or the developing countries perspective is considered. For example, I will use soccer terms, but I'm a fan of Zuckman's proposal to tax wealth by 2%. That perspective is much more likely to be implemented in developed countries. Why? Because in order to tax net wealth, you need to know the wealth that these countries have. Trust me, I've worked in Latin American countries where there are no registries of any kind. For example, in order to tax fixed assets such as real estate, in many countries in the Caribbean and in Latin America, those registries are incomplete, out of date, and the values are not market values. And if we go to the higher percentage levels, the composition of wealth changes. Usually, the most important assets are real estate assets. That's easier to quantify, even if registries are out of date or incomplete. But when we focus on the higher wealth rates, the major source of wealth is not real estate. And so it is necessary to have the quotation of the stock exchange. Well, in several Latin American countries, there are no stock exchanges that can capture those values, so the challenges are huge in our region. I think we have to move forward in terms of levying taxes on wealth flow while we work jointly to improve our capacity so that in the midterm we will be able to levy taxes on wealth flow. This is a long process. This cannot be done overnight. So we need a political willingness to move forward in terms of taxes on wealth, stock, and flow. Just 5 minutes. I always tell the same joke. I have 15 minutes plus VAT, so I will use those additional minutes. I was saying that global cooperation is necessary, but regional cooperation is a previous and necessary step to go towards global cooperation because we cannot all work separately. And there is a lot that we can learn here from African countries, for example. Latin America would never have been possible to make a proposal such as the one made by the African Union that leads to this United Nations Convention. Imagine all Latin American countries trying to coordinate one position like the African Union did, and that has led to the progress that we're enjoying today. So regionally, we have to work very hard in terms of coordination. But fortunately, in a way, this is starting to change. There is some background in connection with this. We have the Punta del Este Declaration that is focused on increased regional coordination for increased transparency. I participated in drafting this declaration in 2018. That was the first time when several countries in the region agreed on doing something together and moving in the same direction. And the goal here is to use tax information to fight other crimes such as corruption or money laundering. We're taking the first steps with this initiative. And we also have the PT-LAC, which Nicolas also mentioned. So I will just mention it for now. I think this is a great initiative, and I'd like to emphasize a very important feature of this initiative. It has some technical background. It comes from CEPAL, but it also has a political angle. As I was saying, there are political decisions to be made. It is also true that governments and administrations come and go because they are voted by people in democratic countries. And this is why it's important for these initiatives to fit and to go hand in hand with the civil society so that they can be sustained in the longer term. If we are able to work hand in hand with the civil society, then the concept of progressiveness will be sustained in time, as Nicolas said. I wonder if it is possible to move forward in the United Nations over the next few months if Trump is elected in the United States. So having wider basis is fundamental. Brief comments about the United Nations Tax Convention. As I was saying, this was born as a result of the African Countries Initiative. Resolution 78/230 was passed last year. There is a deadline that goes until August this year to have a draft for this convention. There's already an initial draft that I really liked a lot. I think it's very much aligned with what was to be expected. I didn't like the comments on the UN website so much, comments coming from all countries and organizations who have given their feedback on that draft. You will see that there is quite a significant number of heterogeneous comments. Some are very passionate and vote for this draft, such as Chile and Brazil, to mention just a few, but you can see what other countries think. This makes us think that there will be a long and complex discussion and something that will not be worked out in the shorter term, especially considering that there might be political changes, as I've already mentioned. Well, these days, the UN experts committees will be getting the new draft based on all those comments. We'll see how we move forward during the next semester. But if we are able to have a good draft version at the end, by the end of the year, and we will also have the UN document on wealth taxes with model legislation for countries to use it, those are steps taken in the right direction. Those are steps taken to reach utopia. We'll never get there, but at least we're taking the right steps. Well, I will stop now. There were some comments about commitments set in draft 0, which I thought were very good. Well, you can take a look at those comments. The presentation will be available to all of you. This is an opportunity for Latin America, and that was the initial question. I took a long way to answer the question, but I think it was worth it. Convention might be a good opportunity, a great opportunity for Latin America. It improves the environment and the scenario. If Latin America does not coordinate its activities, the benefits for the region will not be good. They will be the same as the ones we had with the OECD. The scenario is the right one, but it depends on us to really take advantage of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pablo. Later on, we are going to have a Q&A session, but we are working to submit comments to the 0 draft, and there will be a small delegation of the Global Alliance that will try to participate on behalf of the civil society in New York. Now let me introduce Derece Alemayehu, who is the executive coordinator of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. He has a PhD degree in economy, and he's the driving force promoting this movement on tax justice. He's going to speak in English, so if you don't understand English, we do have headsets. We can give you a minute for you to get one so that you can listen to the translation. Derece, welcome.
Buenos días. Desde 15 años dice siempre.
Good morning. For the last 15 years, I have tried to speak in Spanish, but I've never got to do it. So before, I will speak in English, but my conclusions will be in Spanish. The tax policy and practices of a country should not undermine the tax basis of other countries. I know that we believe in this principle with the UN Tax Convention.
If I'm not speaking in Spanish, it is Jorge's fault. He stopped teaching me. Okay, as I was introduced, my name is Derece. I'm the executive coordinator of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. The Global Alliance for Tax Justice was created in Latin America, in Peru, as a coalition a global coalition led by the South. This is very important. What does this mean? It means we, from the South, do not want others to speak on our behalf and want to defend our advocacy space. We tell our northern members and friends to focus on their own government and let us deal with our own governments. I will quote myself at the foundation of the Global Alliance in Lima. I had to quote the old Karl Marx, which says, who said during the creation of the first international, each working class should settle account with its own bourgeoisie. So solidarity is one thing, but leaving the policy space and advocacy space to real agents of change in the respective regions is the fundamental principle on which we work. So it was created in Lima now 11 years ago, 2013, and we have, it is, as I said, a coalition based on global South leadership, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And we have also members, networks in Asia, in Europe and Latin America who are our members. So I will try to do briefly three things. How did we get here? Where are we now in the process of creating an international a UN tax convention? How did it start? And what is the state of play? And what are the challenges? I think the best thing to start with is, there are three main points why we start with this. The first is, the current international tax rules are broken and not fit for purpose, not working for any country. They were created 100 years ago. The geopolitics have changed. The economic organization has changed. So they are not fit for purpose. The second one, a club of the rich, an organization which is a membership organization, has usurped the role of rule-making and standard setting in international tax rules, which is called the OECD. It has no mandate to reform international tax rules. It is a membership club, but it has usurped this role without any legitimacy, without any mandate. The third one is, in a globalized economy, not a single country can defend itself against profit shifting and illicit financial flows. It is not possible, be it a big country, be it a small country, north or south, a single country cannot cannot prevent illicit financial flows and profit shifting on its own. So an international tax cooperation is very important. So let us keep these three things in mind when we talk about international tax reform. The current rules are out of date and broken. There is no international tax governance which is democratic and participatory and inclusive. And no single country can prevent illicit financial flows and profit shifting from its territories. So these are the major reasons why we are focusing on international tax reform. Okay, a UN tax reform, a UN tax body is not a civil society demand. It was started by the G77. It was started by member states from the South. 2015, there was a UN Financing for Development Conference in Africa, in Addis Ababa. The G77 included in the outcome document a paragraph which said, we call for the creation of a UN tax body. And they could not agree during the negotiations in Addis on this clause, on this paragraph. So they brought it with them to Addis to negotiate it further. And the rich countries, led by the US and the UK, said, we are not going to negotiate if this outcome document contains the phrase UN tax body. Unless you take it out, we are not going to negotiate. So the G77 were forced to withdraw, to take away this paragraph from the outcome document. That is how the negotiation went on other topics and left out a UN tax body. So, 2015, the US-led OECD was able to blackmail developing countries to withdraw the demand for a UN tax body. 2023, the majority of the UN countries voted for a UN tax convention. What changed? That is the most important thing. So I think there are very important reasons for this. As you know, the process was led by Africa. The Africa group led the process. What has happened in Africa? A, they were frustrated with the lack of any solution to the question of illicit financial flows, to the restoration of stolen assets. Waiting, promise, and nothing is happening. That is one. The second one, they looked at the OECD reform, and they found out that they will tax less, they will get less tax revenue after the OECD reform than they are getting now. I'm quoting the Nigerian Revenue Authority chair who said, if we apply Pillar 1, we will not be able to tax companies which we are taxing today. What does it mean? If you sign to the Pillar 1 agreement of the OECD, you say we are not going to introduce digital services tax. What does it mean? The US wants you not to tax GAFA to sign this agreement. And there is a calculation done that the revenue countries can get from digital services tax is much higher than what they would get from the Pillar 1 solution. And I think OECD is shameless or thinks people are ignorant to claim they are reforming international tax rules when the rules apply only to 100 companies and only to 10% of their profit, 10% of residual profit. 90% of international multinational companies will function the way they have been functioning up to now. I'm not a tax expert. Or I can ask Veronica, am I misinforming the public when I say this? It is 86 to 100 multinational companies and very, very marginal percent of, because they split the tax, the global tax is divided into residual and routine, and only the residual will be apportioned. So if you leave 80% intact, so that means every 100 years we reform 10%. And then in a millennium, we will cover 100%. That is one thing. The other thing is, when we were discussing, during our intervention at the UN process, we said, the OECD has the right to propose its solutions. Why should they impose on countries a package? If they think it is good for every country, let us unpack it and submit it for resolution at the UN. Let it be a competitive solution. What they are doing now is, they are saying they want countries to drop the UN process and say, the OECD is doing it, so let us not burden the UN with something the OECD has been doing so far. So what they are trying to do now, after they lost the vote, they have come up with an agreement which says it is a duplication. The word misused and repetitively used in the UN process now is duplication. What are we duplicating? That is the main issue. So, because most of the things I wanted to say will come in the next session, how we got there and which processes we went through, I will leave it out. But just let me jump to one important topic. So what happened? There was the resolution submitted by the Africa Group. The US tried to amend it by watering it down. The vote on the amendment showed where the majority lies. The amendment of the US was rejected. So now, after counting the votes, the OECD countries didn't want to oppose. So the resolution was adopted unanimously when the UN tax resolution passed, because they tried it with the amendment. The amendment didn't succeed, so they saw that the G77 have the numbers to win any vote. So that is where my point comes. The OECD is an oligarchy. What does oligarchies fear? They fear to be equals. Because you cannot democratize privilege. If something comes to the UN, all countries are equal. If things stay with the OECD, there are equals and equals. So the whole drama, the whole acrobatic is not to bring decision-making process to the UN. Now we have gone far. The draft resolution, as we also said, the draft terms of reference is now, will be discussed the next session. Text negotiation will take place. What is the plan? I think in the minds and the tactics of OECD countries, it will be to split the G77. Because the success up to now depended on the Africa group promoting an agenda, the G77 standing behind it. In the worst case scenario, some of them abstaining. So isolating the blockers in the G77. What they will try to do now will be to split the G77, to split the Africa group with different promises. One tactic they used is now, they co-opted the African Union into the G20. G20 is again another structure which has no legitimacy. It is, it is simply for rich countries and wishfully rich countries to get together without the noise of middle income and poor countries and try to resolve global problems. If you are interested in solving global problems, why do you take out the most important countries from a democratic institution and bring them together to decide on behalf of others? Why don't you? Who is blocking what? If there is a solution they want to bring to the world, you don't go away, you don't create another structure outside the UN to solve the problem. You bring it to the UN to solve it democratically. So co-opting the African Union into the G20 is not with the purpose of giving Africa more say. It is more to make them participants of a decision-making process which is done by the G7 and not necessarily by the G20, because the G20 is something created by the G7 itself. So why am I mentioning this? In the next phase, which is very important, you mentioned the regional cooperation and the global level cooperation. I think there is a middle you have not, which we have to emphasize. That is the South-South collaboration. Because it is the decisive element in this process is the collaboration of the South-South to keep this majority at the UN. Otherwise, if the G77 don't hold together, their divide and rule tactics will work. So the substantive issues about this will be discussed later. My emphasis is what brought us so far is the solidarity of the G77. What will bring us to ultimately reach, at least to get through the terms of reference and start the negotiations on the convention itself, is the unity of the G77. So my call on you all, for all of us coming from the South, is really to challenge our governments to support this process. for example, if Brazil wants to waiver on this, let them prove that they will get more revenue from the OECD process than from the UN process. Let them be challenged. Introducing the Pillar 2, because it is only by showing that they have nothing, it is a political alliance, it is not in the interest of their countries, that we can put pressure on our government to support this process. Some are candidates to be OECD members, there are conditions set, but it is by sacrificing their national interests they can side with the OECD. There is no middle way. There is only one process, so that is our challenge. It is not that, it is because, one of the reasons why we are supportive of a UN process is because we are part of it. I remember I was invited once to speak at the inclusive framework. I was given 5 minutes. When I finished, I was shown the door. There is no civil society participation in the deliberations. At the UN, we have the right to do 2 things. One is to contribute substantively to the process, and the second one is to hold our delegations to account for what they support and for what they don't support. So we have these double tasks at the UN, so we have really to see to it that countries in the global south stand for their national interests and support us to bring the process to a successful conclusion. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Dereye, por tus palabras. Me imagino que habrá despertado alguna que otra pregunta o reflexión, así que vamos a después dar una vuelta recogiendo algunas preguntas. Vamos a presentar ahora a Mercedes Marcó del Pont. Mercedes preside la Fundación de Investigaciones para el Desarrollo, FIDE. Entre 2016 y 2020 se desempeñó como Administradora Federal de Ingresos Públicos y Secretaria de Asuntos Estratégicos de la Nación. En el periodo 2010 y 2013 tuvo a su cargo la presidencia del Banco Central de la República Argentina. Previamente ejerció la presidencia del Banco de la Nación Argentina, la entidad financiera de capital público más grande del país. Fue electa diputada en diciembre de 2005 y ejerció su mandato en la Honorable Cámara de Diputados de la Nación hasta enero de 2008, momento en el que accedió a la presidencia del Banco Nación. Mercedes Marcó del Pont ha publicado extensamente sobre política industrial y desarrollo y fue profesora de la Universidad de Buenos Aires. Fue consultora del Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo, del Banco Mundial y del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Mercedes es licenciada en Economía por la Universidad de Buenos Aires y máster en Desarrollo Económico de la Universidad de Yale en los Estados Unidos. Mercedes, bienvenida. Tómate el tiempo, 20 minutos o lo que quieras.
Hola. Funciona. Bueno, buenos días a todos y a todas y a todos. Agradezco enormemente esta invitación y pido disculpas de antemano si quizás me salgo un poco del foco de esta convocatoria, pero me parece que son momentos globales, regionales, pero también particulares de la Argentina que quizás invitan a discutir y con el sesgo de ser una economista, efectivamente me considero una economista del desarrollo, a discutir estas cuestiones fundamentales acerca de una tributación de nuestras naciones que realmente sean el soporte de políticas públicas que promuevan el desarrollo, la inclusión, la igualdad. Y el efecto tan perverso que están generando todas estas maniobras tributarias de las corporaciones y de los sectores de mayores ingresos del vértice de la riqueza mundial, para meterlo, quizás incorporar esta discusión en el escenario de un fenómeno que está ocurriendo ya hace un tiempo, pero que creo que también nos abre enormes desafíos a los países, a todos los países del mundo subdesarrollado, que tiene que ver con la crisis climática. Y quizás Natalie planteó lo esbozó acerca de la tributación que tenga en cuenta la cuestión climática. A mí me interesaría incorporarlo desde este concepto que se viene planteando hace tiempo acerca de la evidencia de lo que se llama la triple desigualdad de la crisis climática en relación al mundo en desarrollo, que tiene que ver con esta evidencia.
Developed world that is related to the fact that the climate crisis is specifically affecting developing countries, which are the ones that are less responsible in terms of the crisis and greenhouse gas emissions. And at the same time, these are the countries that have lower financial capacity and reduced access to deal with these issues and to develop policies to mitigate climate crisis. In terms of percentages, 50% of lower income countries in the world contribute to, with only 12% to the climate crisis, but they suffer 65% of the consequences of that crisis, and they only have 2% of the financial capacity. And this is a wide definition of financial capacity. It is the capacity to generate wealth, but also the capacity of the national governments to implement public policies and attract the necessary investments to mitigate and adjust to these consequences. So I think we're facing a phenomenon that implies other risks to this inequality generated by the climate crisis. I mean, the consequences of what we decide as a country and as a region, because what we are seeing is that this energy transition process that is changing production, and that implies tension and competition among developed countries to relocate investments and to move forward with technological development and industrialization within their borders. These countries are transferring lots of fiscal resources to attract investments to their territories. Initially, this leaves our countries with as producers and exporters of natural resources in this shorter value chain. So what I see is a climate crisis and the energy transition process that's happening very quickly at the global level is a huge opportunity for our countries. It's a huge opportunity, but it's also a huge risk if we consider the decisions that might be taken in terms of how we face these conditions when it comes to attracting and promoting investment that will promote technological industrial development and quality employment in our territories. And I'm saying this is an opportunity because the region, the South, the African countries, the Latin American countries, we all have the critical resources to make this energy transition process feasible. And this is a process that's already happening in the developed world. So it is an opportunity in terms of the possibilities to generate conditions for the investment so that part of that transformation, value incorporation, and job generation will happen in our countries. The inertia of this energy transition process shows that if public policies are not based on very specific decisions will go to deepen extractivism. So I'd like to incorporate climate crisis, climate change, by implying that this may increase inequalities in the developing world, and we have to consider the role that will play in the new global value chains. And here, and I'm now getting more into our topic today, we need to have the state and public capacity so that the huge investment flows that are coming to our countries to exploit those natural resources will not only have a counterpart in terms of value added, but also the capacity of the tax revenue authorities to collect taxes as a result of all these new activities that are taking place. A lot has been said about this. Pablo emphasized many things that I will not get deep into, but it's related to the discussion on the tax system, but also on the enforcement capacity of tax authorities so that they can really capture resources in a progressive way. And in economies that are as concentrated as ours, we need to focus on this and on income generation, on wealth generation. I'd like to make some comments based on my experience at the Tax Revenue Authority. As you said, it's a major organization in Argentina in terms of history, capacities, resources. But here, you can also see a topic that is cross-sectional here, political decisions. Political decisions imply dealing with powerful lobbies, that have legal structures that make it possible to have these systems that erode the tax systems. This is where you can clearly see the need not only for cooperation in a traditional sense, that is the exchange of information, but also and the Punta del Este declaration was clearly focused on this transfer of knowledge about the specific situations in our countries, how we deal with different realities and activities in terms of the specialization profile we have in our countries. I'd like to take one step back because Pablo showed the slides and said and talked about the efficiency to collect taxes. And he said that this is a very important measure of poverty and inequality in Latin America, the most unequal region in the world. And I'd like to add the productive specialization profile and the insertion of our economies in international trade and international labor. I'd like to focus on the most structural part of its development because I think it is impossible to think of equality in our region, reducing inequality gap quicker. But if you consider it from a historic perspective, you can see that inequality is a result, not only in Argentina or in the region, but globally. It is a result of the advancement of the capitalism structure over the last 40 years. So today we have a huge opportunity in terms of discussion of energy transition process so that we can really discuss, and in this case, cooperation is fundamental too. We have to discuss the role and the insertion of technological development, employment, industrial networks in those countries that have the critical natural resources for the energy transition, the decarbonization process to be feasible globally. And going back to our discussion from a point of view of tax administration authorities, I mentioned political decisions, not only in terms of defining a tax structure, but also the mechanisms and the instruments that are needed to really capture wealth and taxes where the wealth is generated. When I joined the tax administration, I had my theory about how to move forward towards a more progressive tax structure. With a tax system that had been modified previously, the prior administration that was in office between 2019 and 2023 changed the tax system significantly, improving taxes on income, reducing income taxes for small and medium-sized companies, increasing the rates for the larger companies. During the pandemic, we did something that was unique internationally. There was an extraordinary tax on large wealth, on large fortunes, and we used those resources during the pandemic. So what I realized there was that the technology and the implementation of tax systems is quite behind at a global level. I'm happy to see Veronica is participating actively because one of the major breakthroughs was the creation. AFIP is a large organization with over 20,000 staff all over the country, and there was no prior experience on international taxes. So for an agricultural country such as Argentina, discussing transfer price, tax planning, export statements, these are the mechanisms used by the economic power to avoid tax payment were very much underdeveloped in Argentina. So in terms of regional and South-South cooperation, this exchange of experiences about how to deal with and how to deal with this topic and how to train professionals is very important. Training professionals is very important. You were saying that this discussion that is continuously taking place with the executive and the legislative power is very important. And I would add the judiciary as well, because much of the progress that we'd like to achieve from a regulatory point of view is eventually stopped at the judiciary. So I think this is an experience that should be shared. Having standards and transparency when exchanging information, when training professionals, as well as in terms of the technology, the hardware you need to process, systematize, and make the most out of that huge information flow that arises from the exchange among developed countries or among our own countries. So cooperation is fundamental, and both in terms of experience, training, education, and funding to have the necessary technology to work with satellite and digital technology. Something we need to work out this unequal struggle of forces that we see in our region and that affect developing countries especially. I have to admit that I listened very carefully to everything that was said here, and I'm trying to see the Argentinian perspective as well. Argentina, in only 6 months, has generated a huge impact against all these discussions, against what we see in the core of debates, industrial policy, the role of state, the need to implement more progressive tax policies, the public policies agenda, tax policies mentioned by Nathalie, human rights, gender-based policies. We're now living in a context where the current administration thinks that social justice is an aberration. Current administration thinks that we have to do away with all of this, that this administration has done away with all the tax reforms we achieved in previous administrations. The tax on wealth is going away. The more progressive tax we have in Argentina, which is the tax on personal income, will go away. Revenue taxes are being regressive. The current administration, well, going back to this descending methodology you mentioned, all the requirements of the multinational capital to locate in our countries, well, the investment promotion system will not only generate tax expenditure transfer in exchange for nothing, no commitment to add value, to generate quality employment or technological development. It is just a promotion of absolute extractivism and an opening that is national jobs replacement by imported jobs, sovereignty in international justice, international jurisdiction, loss of capacity of the central bank to access foreign trade currencies because there is a free availability of export dollars. So this is a tax structure that goes against what is being discussed in the world and what's being implemented in the world. I'm not talking about IRA in the US or the Fiscal Pact or the Green Pact, but also many other initiatives that are taking place in Chile or in Brazil to make the most out of this energy transition process to attract investments that will transform our productive specialization profiles. Over the last week, We face the absolute deregulation of production and of roads in Argentina. There's no a different kind of control on corporations, and we know that this is a vehicle for evasion, but also for more serious crimes in terms of drug trafficking or money laundering. So in the light of this disappointing scenario, this encouraging scenario in Argentina, it is impossible because there's no one to talk to. Considering our institutional representation at the G20 or other international fora. These kinds of forums where civil society is included and where relevant players and stakeholders are included is fundamental. As you said, these are not only interesting discussion fora where papers are generated and where technical work is done. We have to include the political dimension. We have to include it because otherwise it will just stay there. I'm quite skeptical about international discussions. We have participated in those discussions, and as Dreje said, those are not the fora where we will be able to change the rules of the game. Those are the rules of the game for the new globalization stage that is aimed at relocating wealth and capital in the developed world. And those are the rules of the game. So we have an administration whose campaign was based on not paying taxes, on doing away with taxes. And if we are not able, from the political perspective, if we're not able to change things, and I don't mean the politics, but the civil society, we have to consider the importance of the better way to collect taxes, which is taxing those who make the most, then it will be impossible to carry out any reform or to enforce systems that do not require discussions at the Congress. So I'm thankful for your invitation, and I'd like to call upon you to work hard within our communities, our societies. We have to talk to the labor unions, to the social organizations, to the business organizations, so that we can all discuss these challenges that we face looking forward. And ultimately, I agree with what has been said here. Those are the only mechanism, the virtuous mechanism. The alternative set forth by the neoliberal thinking is go out and take resources at the international financial markets. But we know that that is the trick that has deepened our lack of capacity to sustain public policies in terms of health, infrastructure, and development. These are some thoughts that are aimed to focus on the importance of these fora to move forward with the development of the comprehensive, productive tax and financial development of our countries. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Mercedes. Tremenda masterclass.
All right, thank you so much, Mercedes. We have had a master class here. Thanks to all the speakers, Dereje, Pablo, Mercedes, and Nicolas. I I'm extremely thankful for this excellent panel. We have a few minutes before going to a coffee break. We have 10 or 15 minutes for a Q&A. So I would like to hear your reactions to see if there are any questions from the audience. And perhaps somebody can help me with the microphones. So we are going to gather 3 questions to begin with for our panelists. And you can just raise your hand, okay? And we will give you the mic. Natalie, Clelia, and Thomas. As you said, Adrian, this was an excellent panel. I want to thank the 3 of you. I have a question relating to a topic that I'm interested in. Since we have 2 people from tax administrations here, what do you think about implementing in your countries, but perhaps not in today's Argentina, but in the future, social participation mechanisms for taxation purposes? And I also have a question for Derece. It is true that the United Nations has a better participation mechanism than those existing in the OECD, but these mechanisms still depend on resource mobilization and the time and expertise of civil society. We can't speak about institutional mechanisms. So those that have the money and the time to go there, they will be present at those discussions. So how can we defend social participation mechanisms that are institutionalized to discuss taxation at the United Nations? Thank you. Clelia, can you please introduce yourself? Sure. I'm Clelia Guerrero from Tax Justice from Latindad. I'm also a partial representative of the Financial Transparency Coalition. My question is for Mercedes. I feel that the challenge of moving from theory to practice is quite complex. In Ecuador, for instance, some taxes have been introduced and theoretically, they move towards progressivity, property tax, inheritance tax. But when we look at the tax collection for those taxes, that amounts to less than 1%. So in that regard, at a more international level, when we speak about the global mobilization for the creation of a UN convention, how could we get prepared so that the implementation won't run over us and we lose something that is so necessary for us? I don't know how to say, and then we get back the question, well, this didn't work, so what else? What's next? That's my question. Thank you, Clelia. Tomas? Good morning. I want to thank the 4 panelists. I'm Tomas Lukin. I'm the global coordinator of the Global Alliance. The question is for Pablo, but the other panelists can also give their answers. You talked about moving towards regional tax cooperation. What are the reasons that you find that have prevented that kind of cooperation? Supposedly, we had some cohesion among governments, but we haven't been able to leverage those cooperation spaces for taxation matters or with central banks. Political discussions seem to work, but that's not the case for economic issues. So what do you think we could do to overcome those barriers in the region? Thank you, Thomas. Any other questions? Veronica? Rather than a question, I have a comment. 1 or 2 comments, actually. Pablo raised something that was then picked up by Mercedes, so perhaps you can elaborate a little bit more on that. And you talked about the Punta del Este declaration. It is very good for you to raise it here because there hasn't been much discussion about that declaration as a cooperation space that was also created with the support of the OECD because it was part of the cooperation forum of the OECD. And that is a space where cooperation can be exercised. So the question that Thomas made leads me to ask what are the steps, the next steps with PTLAC? What are the suggestions that you would give to PTLAC regarding the direction that they should take and how they should make progress with topics of interest that may have an influence on this global coordination, because this relates back to what Direshi was saying, the role of the countries in the region, the G77 and the UN discussions. And in addition, Mercedes referred to the climate issue. Also, within the United Nations, there is a discussion now on the terms of reference. And this is it has a long name in Spanish. It is the terms of reference for the Framework Convention for Tax Cooperation. It is like a tongue twister, but there are many countries in the region that have raised their concern about environmental policies and contributions to environmental issues. So I would like to know your views on that. That is quite interesting because with the inputs of the different countries in the region, when you analyze them, you see that some countries that are considered tax havens in the region do not get involved with other topics in international cooperation, but they ask for international tax cooperation in relation to environmental policies, or they want to discuss taxation or a green tax or taxes that can be used for environmental adaptation to climate change in the region. So this is what I wanted to raise to you. Thank you, Vero. Let me make two suggestions. Let's try to follow the same order that we had for the presentations, and you will have 5 minutes each, also to include some concluding remarks. So, because later on we will have some coffee break and we can continue the conversation there. Okay, in 5 minutes. I need to address all these questions. Let me begin by saying that I cannot give you full answers to some of those questions. Perhaps we are driven by hope, but as far as social participation is concerned in tax discussions, I think, well, that is very important. Let me tell you a little bit about the Uruguayan experience. The first left or center-left administration in Uruguay took office in 2005 after 170 years of the same ruling party. In previous elections, the Frente Amplio lost the elections when they talked about taxes. They said that Uruguay had to levy taxes on personal income. And we had almost for 200 years no personal income tax. So when people from abroad came, they couldn't understand that we didn't have a personal income tax. After the 2001 crisis in Argentina and the crisis in Uruguay in 2002, the left wing took office in Uruguay. And they wanted to introduce some structural reforms. One of them was the tax reform with a personal income tax at sight. At that time, the administration had a parliamentary majority, so they didn't need votes from other political parties in order to go ahead with that reform. But Given the previous deliberations, they understood that it was important for them to have social support, people's support, because otherwise that wouldn't last long. So the government that took office in 2005 took 2 years to make that tax reform. And there were more than 100 meetings with all the social stakeholders, all the social partners involved that could be affected by the tax reform. Basically, this implied the entire Uruguayan society because it was a very profound tax reform, perhaps the deepest one in our history. After some time, the government changed again in some years ago, after 15 years of having the same ruling party, and some tax reforms were introduced, making it more regressive, but the core elements are still there. And that is because that was introduced with the support of a strong social discussion, so it was successfully implemented. And I'm saying this because I believe that experience allows me not just to be conceptually convinced, but also have the empirical evidence that this worked well for my country. Therefore, I believe that institutionalizing this kind of mechanisms can be a meaningful step forward. And I'm thinking not just about design or deliberations, but also when it comes to accountability. In most of our countries, we don't have very good accountability for tax spending. So I think that that is a very relevant aspect of fiscal policy. 3.5% of the GDP is tax spending in Latin America on average. When you have at stake 3.5% of the GDP for public policy, it is good to know what that money was invested in and who made the decisions, because we may like taxes more or less, but usually that is decided in Parliament. Usually tax benefits are decided under a general umbrella, but it is the executive branch that makes the decision. And we don't have the same accountability and transparency mechanisms going hand in hand with that. The second question. Well, there was the president of Peñarol, the greatest soccer club in Uruguay, who said that he was biologically optimistic. And I think that we need to be biologically optimistic. Otherwise, we can't make progress. However, the empirical evidence makes us lose some of that optimism. With a more homogeneous position at the political level, the economic coordination did not move forward in the same way in terms of monetary, fiscal policies, and tax policies. So I think that it is very difficult to do that. I think that the fiscal policy is the most political policy of all public policies. Internally in our countries, there are lobbying groups that may hinder the implementation of agreements that may be reached. So let me link this answer to the previous one. The more support, the more exchange, and the more involvement you have of social partners, beyond the hard and pure political interest, the more we can think about more stable conditions. Veronica talked about green taxes, and I think that I missed part of your question because you talk about green taxation, but I'm sorry, we can't hear the question without the mic. Yes. Yes. the Petelak, I think that they need to raise awareness of the need to have coordination at a higher level, global coordination. Or I agree with Dereje that the first part between the global and the regional cooperation that has to do with the South-South cooperation. There are some philosophical, ideological, conceptual, and political considerations, but we also have real politics. Our countries need to collect more. So if we don't move ahead with some level of coordination, it won't be possible for anyone to do a public policy. It is quite difficult to think about regional coordination when you sit at a table and many people don't want to support taxes because their goal is to destroy the state. So we are talking here about different things, but we have to see how we can overcome these difficulties. I agree with Adrian. These are not technical discussions. These are purely political discussions, but I think that you need a sound technical base that produces evidence and business cases for this. So I think it is good to have a green fiscal policy. I think that is essential, totally necessary. But my question here is that green tax policy has a part that has to do with revenues and another part that has to do with public spending. I think that we need to collect more in order to overcome the challenges posed by climate change, investing in social issues and in infrastructure. But we also need to work on the revenue side with mechanisms that discourage activities that harm the environment. But I understand that the main priority here is to generate the resources that we need to make the investments to face up to the challenges of climate change. Dereje?
Thank you. Very briefly, I think there are three interrelated things in my view with regard to mobilization. The first one is we have to understand and make understand that tax is essentially a political issue, not a technical issue. They want to sell it that way, but it is really a political issue. It is a decision taken in the policy process which impacts on tax revenue and tax policy. So that is one thing. The second one is, I think, we have to relate the current mainstream narrative with neoliberalism in all spheres. If you look at tax policies, it has undergone a fundamental change since neoliberalism took hold of economic and social policies in all countries in the world. If you take the European countries or OECD countries, for example, maybe the tax GDP ratio has remained constant at around 34%. But if you look at its composition, corporate income tax has gone down, but through regressive taxation, the consumption tax has covered for the loss of corporate income tax. So it has become less. It has become regressive, and the amount is so. It has to, or taxing corporations is almost being identified with preventing them from investing. We have to reverse this narrative. Actually, investors who want to make profit without profiting society are not investors but scavengers. So that is something we have to really bring into our tax advocacy and tax campaigns. The final one I would say is we have to be able to link what is happening around austerity, around all the measures taken with the loss of public revenue through the not taxing multinational corporations adequately, illicit financial flows, the tax concessions given to multinationals. All these things affect the day-to-day lives of people. And tax justice is not an end in itself. What do you do with the resources that the government goes into the hand of government? It is for so we have to make it political, and we have to take it out of a niche intervention to make it a social issue in which all justice, social justice, economic justice actors will be involved, because it is their cause. It is about preventing austerity as a solution to crisis. And then really it is embedded in neoliberalism, which is dominating everything. If you look at, the best way to look at this is really not going to developing countries. Go to the rich countries and see how wealth tax looked like, how corporate income tax looked like, how social service provision was financed, and how this dramatically changed after the Reagan and Thatcher counter-revolution. So this is what we have to do up to now in our narrative. We should not be cornered to limit tax to technical issues. We have to broaden it, and then also we have to change the narrative in order to mobilize other outside the tax justice movement for our cause. Thank you.
Gracias, Dereye. Mercedes.
Thank you. Mercedes. Well, thank you. In Argentina, we do not have much experience in terms of social participation, neither in definition of taxes nor in the discussion about taxing. I think it is very important, but a side comment, I was member of the House of Representatives, and my experience in different commissions, and specifically in the Budget Commission, that is supposed to reflect the interest of different sectors, showed that the sectorial bias of the different parliamentary initiatives would lead to overlapping income transfer. It is about finding the pieces of the puzzle of the sectorial interests. That is very difficult. This is why I think there should be awareness, and here you require an executive power with the political willingness to promote public policies to solve our specific needs. And it also depends on the consensus. And in general terms, the cultural discussion about the role of taxes, the cultural discussion about the importance of the state in terms of education, public health, infrastructure investments, consequences of the climate crisis. We have to discuss that it is legitimate to tax those to levy taxes on those who contribute to production. I'm not sure what percentage of the population in Argentina is interested in this. There is no discussion about these topics. What Pablo said about the time it took them to develop a process is very important. We also have to learn from the most recent frustrated Chilean experience, because I do believe that it is necessary to tackle this topic and incorporate it into the public discussions. Natalie, you mentioned the fact that you mentioned the participation in the United Nations. I think that in order to get there, we first need to have discussions in our own societies. That's a previous necessary step, especially in countries where the labor market is quite informal and basic, where there is social segmentation, and where it is necessary to coordinate different organizations in order to reach a point that we may eventually reach at an international level. What is urgent now is to generate spaces within our own societies. As to Clelia, two things. We suffered the problem of tax avoidance because our economies are mostly informal economies. A large percentage of the economic activity is informal, and I don't mean micro or small or middle-sized companies or informal employment, which is the other side of informal market. I'm talking about what happens at the sectorial level. You have to start with the right diagnosis. In Argentina, one of the sectors where you see the highest level of informal production is in agriculture. And we have to face this from a more complex standpoint that is related to what the other speaker mentioned about Uruguay or outsourcing. And here we need a large professional and education capacity to deal with these situations. You need to have a diagnosis and the technological tools. I think we moved forward quite a lot in terms of tax avoidance in the food and grain process. And I'd like to mention something Pablo said. It's related to the inter-ministry, interstate cooperation. It's not only the tax administration, it's also the central bank, the Ministry of Transportation, the Agriculture Secretariat. We digitalized the shipment note notice, working together with agriculture, transportation, central bank, and the tax authorities. So the inter-organization or inter-ministry coordination is key. And we need to have a diagnosis and then see how we can solve the problem. Coordination there is essential. When I worked at the tax administration, we did some coordination work with the region, and the result was the Punta del Este Declaration, because here you can also have transfer of knowledge and training among our countries. These are some tools that we have to strengthen from here onward. Thank you very much, Mercedes. Yes, you can obviously give her a round of applause. Thank you all. I'm including Nicolas, who's not here, but he will watch the streaming version when he finds the time. I think the diagnosis is clear. The potential path to find solutions is also clear. Going back to what Mercedes said, it is necessary to educate our staff at the tax administration, but we also need to increase our critical mass so as to include the civil society, so that ultimately it will be difficult for ultra-right or neoliberal administrations to do away with public policies that include all of us and that we continuously fight for. Again, thank you, Pablo, Mercedes, and Derege. We will have a short coffee break now to stretch, have some coffee, talk, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you. The conversation we've already had will discuss the paths that have been taken in terms of mobilization, international cooperation within the framework of the tax policy. This path is called Proposals Under Discussion and Contributions of the Civil Society. We will have a deluxe panel. Tow Riding will be with us virtually. I'd like to invite Jorge Coronado on stage, as well as Natalie Begin.
Vamos a iniciar.
Okay. We'll start with this session, but I would like to make a couple of comments. First, we will talk about the structure of this presentation. We will have a 10 to 12-minute presentation from each panelist. We will have an exchange with our participants and some concluding remarks. So I'm going to use a timer to keep the time. So I invite you to pay careful attention and to make the most of this session, because I feel that sometimes when we talk about international cooperation, we can have a lot of confusion because there are several simultaneous processes that try to meet the same goal. So I think that we will shed light here on the situation, and here we will also be able to take advantage of these spaces. So I'm going to give the floor to Tove. Tove joined Eurodad in March 2013. He now leads the work on taxes and transparency, and he carries out coordination, advocacy, communications work, as well as research and analysis. She's one of the two elected representatives for Tax Justice Europe in the coordinating committee of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. She has previous experience with Greenpeace International and also with the Danish NGO Forest. Are you there? Are you online, Tove?
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can, and it's a pleasure to have you here.
It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation and for all the great work. I'm sorry I can't be there physically, but I'm very happy to be here online at least. And I'll do my best to chip into the debate you're having by saying a bit about the UN tax convention work that has happened. In the previous panel, one of the speakers mentioned how it's important that there is a national debate and a national initiative on issues like taxing the rich and taxing big corporations. But I think the way we see it is that the global debate and the national debate are very closely connected and have to happen at the same time. And one reason for that is that the issue of taxing the rich and taxing big multinational corporations, that debate has been happening in many, many countries for many years. The problem is that as one country alone, as long as there are tax havens, as long as wealthy individuals and big corporations can hide their money in tax havens, the national debate can't solve the problem because it is a global problem that there still are a lot of tax havens today. And that's where the issue of national sovereignty, we often hear that tax is an issue of national sovereignty, but actually the problem becomes that it's not up to the country to decide whether they want to tax the rich or the corporations, because the money has left the country, the money is hidden in tax havens. So a key point in the fight for a UN tax convention is actually to make it possible for countries to tax the wealthiest corporations and individuals. And what we've seen over the last more than 50 years in countries around the world is that it's not possible for countries to tax the wealthy. When they try, the money disappears to tax havens. But that has then caused a lot of governments to give up. They've lowered the tax rates on multinational corporations. Many countries have gotten rid of wealth taxes. They just canceled them. And you can see the rationale when you have a tax that's not working, where there's a lot of cheating, countries start to give up. At the same time, countries are still very keen to find money for their public budgets. And so what we've seen is that they tax more and more the people that can't run away. And those are the workers, but it's also the consumers. When people go to supermarkets and buy products, there they will see things like the value added tax, so consumption taxes. And there's nothing they can do. They have to pay the value added tax and the consumption taxes. So countries have started using these methods more and more. And the problem with those kind of taxes is that they hit the poorest harder than the richest, because everyone has to pay the same level of tax. But because the poorest spend a larger part of their income on consumption, and because they have less money overall, basically the impact is hardest on the poorest, and in many cases also hardest on women, for example. So it's a regressive tax, and this has been a global trend towards regressive tax systems. And one key thing that the UN Tax Convention can solve is that it makes it possible to have progressive tax systems at the national level. At the same time, of course, civil society, we're also hoping and really trying to push to make sure that the initiative of a UN tax convention also becomes a tool to deliver on the promises for sustainable development, for human rights, and for environmental protection. And the reason those things need to be connected is because things like the right to education, to healthcare, initiatives to the green transition, to combat climate change, that all needs public funding. And so the way we see it is that the tax convention is a key way to deliver that public funding, both at the national level, but also internationally. We have a lot of promises from rich countries to deliver climate finance and development assistance to the global south, to developing countries. And many of those commitments have never been fulfilled. So we're trying to connect the different global initiatives and make sure that the tax convention becomes a key tool to have a fair and progressive and green and social global tax system, and that we can then also have national tax systems that are fair and progressive. And in this work, first of all, is to say that the idea of having a global tax agreement has been around for a long time. It's been discussed for over 20 years. And the first step towards having a United Nations tax agreement is, of course, to start a UN negotiation, to have governments negotiating tax at the UN. And this has been discussed for over 20 years, and it was blocked by OECD countries because they wanted OECD and G20 to be the place where global tax decisions are made. But as civil society, very broadly, civil society organizations all around the world, and of course, very much centered around the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, we took up the issue and we started fighting to have a UN convention on tax and to have a UN negotiation between governments. And it was a tough fight. It definitely wasn't easy. The OECD countries pushed back very hard. And we had a big push in 2015 to have a UN negotiation on tax. And we got run over and knocked out, and the OECD countries refused. But we also refused to give up, and we kept campaigning. And very importantly, all the time, we also had the developing countries. We had the G77, which is a group of over 130 developing countries, constantly calling for the United Nations to be the place where global tax rules are set. Also because the United Nations is the only truly global body that we have. And then in 2019, things changed because suddenly the Africa group took one more step. They didn't only say that we should have a UN negotiation on tax, they also started saying, and this negotiation should deliver a UN convention on tax. And in 2022, under the Global Alliance, we sent out a proposal for what a UN convention could look like. So we basically wrote a proposal for a UN convention on tax. And we tried to look at other UN conventions and see what kind of things have been done under the UN before. And if we apply that to tax, how could that work to solve some of the problems that we're facing? And one example of ways to solve problems is that on the issue of environment, you have the UN principle that every country has the right to use its natural resources, but it also has the obligation to not undermine the same right in other countries. So one country is not allowed to destroy the environment of another country because then that other country can't use its sovereign right to use its natural resources. And so that's how you get a global obligation to protect the global environment. If you do the same on tax, you can say that all countries have the right to decide on their own tax systems, but they also have the obligation not to undermine the tax systems of others. And that would mean you can't be a tax haven. And so this would be an international principle that could be used to combat tax havens. So we suggested that. We also suggested that governments remember that they have actually committed to reducing inequalities both within and between countries. And so if you apply that to the tax system, the result is that governments have committed to progressive tax systems, because progressive tax systems are tax systems that lower inequality. And right now, what we have in many countries is actually a tax system that makes inequalities worse. So these are some of the examples of proposals that we put into the proposal for a convention that we sent out in 2022. And of course, then the Africa group was successful at the UN, and now we have the UN negotiation. So from now until the end of August, the UN is drafting terms of reference for this convention on tax. And if all goes according to the plan, then the negotiation about the UN convention should start next year. So the terms of reference is the mandate for negotiations that would start next year. And then right now, they're discussing to finish the negotiation in 2026. And because the United Nations is a much more transparent and democratic body than, for example, the OECD, we also now have the situation that we can be in the room when they negotiate as civil society. Journalists can follow the negotiations, everyone can follow, because it's live streamed on the internet. We can send in inputs to the process. We can see the negotiating text. We're waiting for a new negotiating text right now. This week, there's going to be a new draft negotiating text, and we can read it immediately. We can feed into governments and say what we want to see in the negotiating text and what should improve. And so, of course, as the Global Alliance for Tax Justice and with civil society organizations all around the world, we're very engaged in this process now. And we have a working group that has regular calls to coordinate. So that working group is chaired by myself and the Reggie from the Global Alliance Secretariat, who spoke at the other panel. So, and the movement is growing a lot. We have a lot of environmental organizations that are joining now. We have education organizations, we have health organizations, and of course we have all the tax and development organizations that have been working on these issues for many years. And so there is a really strong push around the world to try and influence the UN tax negotiations. And the first draft negotiating text that we saw, it was good. It goes in the right direction. We still had a lot of inputs, and we did a joint civil society submission with over 200 organizations that signed the joint submission with the proposals for how the text could be improved. But it's going in the right direction, and we have some important wins. For example, that right now the way that the objective of the tax convention is described, it is describing that it should be a tax convention that serves sustainable development. We have wealth tax mentioned in the text. It's called taxation of high net worth individuals, but it's in the text. We have tax on the environment included in the text. And so we have a lot of the key things that we want to see the global agreement cover. So it's a good start. But of course, it's not going to have a good ending unless we have a strong civil society engagement and a strong campaign and advocacy effort. So the next years will be extremely important because now we're starting to change the global tax system. And so we need to be part of deciding what the rules should look like in the future. And now is really the time to try and make sure that we make it possible again for countries to tax wealthy individuals and big multinational corporations. So everyone is welcome to join, civil society organizations and trade unions. Everyone's warmly welcome to come on board. And the regional efforts are coordinated by the regional members of the Global Alliance. So, of course, we have Red Justicia Fiscal in Latin America, and also in the other regions in Africa, Asia, Europe, and North America. We have regional coordinators as well. So it's a very exciting time, and it's great that you're all meeting to discuss it. I think I'll stop here for now and hand back to you, Clelia.
Thank you so much, Tove. And it is a very exciting process. Yo quisiera sacar aquí 3 puntos.
I'd like to mention 3 things before giving the floor to Jorge. Number one, the acknowledgement that this process that's being experienced is the result of decades of mobilizations of the civil society. And that means that we are responsible for keeping on working so that we will get the best possible result, because we will not have another opportunity like this very often. The next comment is about the working group. As Tove said, the tax justice network. At the network, we have been mobilizing internally to get information about this process, and especially there is an invitation to involve the countries in our region, because curiously enough, what happened during our last process and the previous processes is that we were clear about the position of the rich countries, the OECD countries who were clearly not going to agree. We also were clear about the position of the African countries that were leading this process. But in Latin America, we're in a kind of uncertain situation. We didn't know, and we had no information about the positions of our countries. And in some voting, that meant a reverse track, because some of our countries did not support the initiative. And this is a job we all have as a civil society organization. We have to communicate this information, to participate in negotiations, to take advantage of the resources that are being generated in this group. I will now give the floor to Jorge Coronado, who is a sociologist specialized in political economics. He's a member of the board of Latindad, of the steering committee of the Tax Justice System for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Platform for Economic and Social Justice. And he will talk about the experience of the Steering Council of the Civil Society in the Latin American Caribbean Tax Platform. Thank you, Clelia. Good morning, brothers and sisters. During our first panel, you heard about the Tax Platform for Latin America and the Caribbean, PTLAC, and I will try to explain more what we deal with there because it is not widely known. It's a new process started by governments in our region. There was a pre-summit meeting in Bogota in May last year. It was an initiative promoted by the Colombian government and supported by Chile and Brazil. These countries started the consultation process at the governmental level. So the first activity took place on May the 4th in Bogota. Afterwards, there, we agreed on organizing a Central American and Caribbean meeting, including social organizations, to be held in Panama. These were two sub-regions that were not widely present in Bogota. And then the summit proper, the summer of PTLAC, would take place, and simultaneously a summit of social movements and civil society organizations. And these meetings took place in Cartagena on July 25 through 28th last year. The first pro-temporary presidency was held by Colombia through its Minister of the Treasury. Then there were some changes. Mr. Ocampo took over, and then Minister Padilla, led this process from the Colombian side. From the side of the civil society, there arose a set of recommendations for tax reform in the region. We agreed on a document with 10 clear proposals. I will only read the titles. Enforcement of human rights obligations and environmental duties when making tax decisions. Number 2, to promote equity of tax systems in the region. 3, to promote corporate tax system reforms, especially with multinational companies that will consider and protect the interest in the region. Number 4, to take measures focused on increasing tax transparency. 5, to promote taxes that aim at protecting the environment. 6, to get tax income by doing away with privilege. 7, to organize a global and inclusive tax system. 8, to incorporate a gender-based approach in the tax policy. 9, to decolonize the standards related to taxing and international transparency. And 10, to ensure real participation of the civil society in the new platform. This is a summary of a comprehensive document prepared and discussed by a large number of civil society organizations. This was submitted in Cartagena in July last year to the regional governments. And then we designed the whole process to try and ensure a mechanism for the civil society to participate in this platform, which is a governmental platform. I'd like to say that I think that now the Latin American tax platform faces three major challenges so that it can be consolidated as a process. The first challenge is what we have been saying in Latindad for a long time. Latin America is having a political struggle and fight between conservative and progressive sectors. This political discussion has an impact on the Latin American platform. As we heard in the first panel, governments change. The change in the Argentinian administration is significant. It was one thing when this discussion started and a different thing today. The second challenge faced by PTLAC is that taxes are quite a sensitive issue, and governments try not to give up sovereignty in terms of internal tax policies, since tax elements are decisive within the framework of public policy. So, expecting regional Latin American policies that are binding in terms of taxes, well, if we expect this, there will be a real reaction from governments, regardless of their ideological position. And the third challenge, I think, for PTLAC to consolidate is the role of the OECD in the region. Let's remember that there are 4 Latin American countries, 3 that are key for the PTLAC: Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and a newcomer, Costa Rica, which does not have a large weight, but Colombia, Mexico, and Chile forces us to reach a balance so that the PTLAC will not necessarily be seen as a tool or an instrument that opposes OECD's role in Latin America. And these 3 challenges, I think, are having an impact on PTLAC because over 9 governments or 9 administrations in the region have not been able to sign the Cartagena Declaration adhering to PTLAC. We are going through a process that has already taken 1 year. In a few months' time, Colombia will hand over the pro tempore presidency to Chile, and Nicolás, who was here this morning, is the Chilean government's representative who will follow up with PTLAC's work. So consequently, I was saying that as civil society organizations that had a big discussion in Cartagena with lots of proposals that came up. Well, we prepared this summary, executive summary document, but one of the goals was to consolidate positions with the governments and with the two pro-tempore presidencies to build that mechanism. And what we first agreed upon was that there would be a first group of organizations, regional organizations or platforms that could be part of the Civil Society Advisory Committee. On the other hand, the governments also promoted the creation of a corporate sector advisory committee. The most interesting thing here is that the international corporate chamber, I'm not sure whether it was in the US or in Europe, but the business people were not represented by Latin American people, but by members of a chamber or an association that is not in Latin America. In our case, in the case of the civil society, we defined 10 organizations which are the members of this advisory committee, and this is the driving group that will consolidate this process. It includes LatinDad, the Tax Justice Network for Latin America, the Social Panamazomic Forum, the Initiative for Human Rights Principles in Tax Policy. There is also the Gender and Trade Network, the International Public Services, the PSI, the Global Initiative for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Oxfam, and the Tax Justice Network, and the Independent Committee for the Reform of Corporate Taxes. ICRIC is its acronym in English. As you may see, there are some global organizations focusing on tax issues that are present in the region, and regional platforms that work in this field or that represent some social sectors. Together with the platform, the rules were created. The platform right now holds the presidency and has 3 working groups focusing on 3 different topics. One is about tax progressiveness, tax progressivity and tax on wealth. A second topic is tax spending, and the third one is environmental taxes. In those 3 working groups, we have submitted proposals. We have had exchanges and discussions with the governments that are represented in the platform, and eventually an agreement was reached on some of the proposals on the 3 topics, the goal being to present this to the meeting of finance ministers in the platform. There is also a technical secretariat, which is the the ECLAC, and in each group, working group, there is a representative of a government that's leading the work. What I'd like to emphasize is that what the fact that there is a platform is considered very positive. There was no mechanism to discuss these topics. The only spaces where this has been discussed was the annual meeting of Latindat with the CIAT, with the tax administrations, and then the annual seminar on taxes organized by ECLAC. And these are the specific spaces where some tax topics are dealt with. But even with restricted participation of governments, this is opening up the process, and there are 3 important countries in the region that are strongly promoting this: Colombia, Chile, and Brazil. This creates some opportunities to take this discussion that was held during our first panel discussion on the UN Convention to other fora, and even some G20 topics, and Natalie will deal with this topic so that in Latin America we can start feeling those processes on international taxing, regardless of the fact that some of our governments participate in international tax discussions, but they are all subject to OECD, whether it's Pillar 1, 2, and that's it. Now here, and I will close because Clelia is staring at me. Today we are discussing 3 topics that are key to the civil society organizations world: tax spending or tax privileges, and environmental taxes, and social justice. And if we are able to move forward with some of these proposals, which are not binding, again, this platform states in its bylaws that any contribution, any tax contribution is not binding, because otherwise the governments would not have signed to our platforms. And what we expect in the civil society world is to be able to continue the exercise we started in Cartagena, where over 100 organizations met to discuss tax issues from different perspectives: human rights, gender, the environment, etc. So I will conclude by saying that we are taking some steps forward in terms of tax topics, and this situation is quite difficult regionally and globally. And this is all happening within the framework of a global discussion, such as the UN Convention, that helps us contribute to these discussions from a PTLAC, and so that this will be an instrument that can be used by the government, the civil society. And the challenge for us is how we can talk to our governments to ensure that there is a larger number of countries that will join the platform. And the driving group will be charged with this task. We will start doing lobbying activities rather than waiting for the Chilean government holding the pro-temporary presidency to send invitations to the countries. We will also work on our side. And this is everything I wanted to say about PTLAC. Thank you.
Quiero
Thank you, Jorge. Let me emphasize something that you said. You talked about sovereignty and the ability to reach binding regional agreements. And this is derived from a notion of tax systems that conceived those systems within borders, thinking that there were some geographical borders, legal borders, and that considering that money will stay in the country. But that doesn't happen. Companies, individuals can have wealth, resources, productive activities in many channels, in many regions. So this explains why now we need to adapt the notion of sovereignty to this new need. Now I'm going to give the floor to Natalie Begin, who is an economist graduated from the Brussels University. She worked for the Ministry of Health, the Institute of Applied Economic Research, and other institutes on social development in Brazil on issues of taxation, hunger, poverty, inequality, race, and gender. She led Oxfam Brazil, and since 2012, she is leading INESC that defends democracy. And she is member of the Network for Tax Justice in Latin America and the Caribbean, and she focuses on human rights and taxation. And she is now the president of Latindad, and she's going to tell us about international tax rules within the G20. Thank you, Clelia. Before starting my presentation, let me add 2 points to what Jorge said. There are 7 people that are part of the Civil Society Advisory Council in this room. We have Maria Emilia, Sergio, Jorge, Adrián, myself, Florencia, Luis. So the whole council is here. So if you want to know more, you can talk to us. And now we already have a website where we post all the newsletters. And this is quite an unprecedented experience. And now let me tell you about participation on tax-related issues within the G20. Like Dereche said, we criticize the G20 a lot, and we usually participate in the people's summits of the G20. But since Brazil holds the presidency and they have a more progressive approach, we receive a call from the finance ministry. Some organizations, we have Regina from the Tax Justice Institute who also participated there, and she said, and they said, well, we are now having the presidency of the financial track at the G20, and inspired by your experience with PTLAC, we would like you to submit your proposals on taxation. Do you agree? So we said, well, we need to make some consultations because we don't like the G20 that much in the first place. But in addition, in Brazil, we just have 1, 2, 3 organizations at the most. So we had a meeting inspired by all the developments around the process of the United Nations Convention, and we had a meeting with different organizations at national, regional, and global level, and we wonder whether we should submit our proposals. They told us that it wouldn't be done through a formal G20 mechanism. It was just a consultation process. So that was a relief for us because we didn't want to go through the formal mechanisms. So after some thought, we decided that it was a good idea to submit a proposal, considering that the key proposal for us within regional and global tax justice, we want taxation issues to be discussed within the United Nations and not in the OECD. So we went from there and we spent 2 months building a network with all these organizations and coming up with a submission. Some organizations have some rules for signing public documents or public statements. So we prepared a document with 11 recommendations. 2 on governance, that is that the discussion on international tax rules have to take place within the United Nations, and we almost copy-pasted. You couldn't hear me well. Can you hear me better now? Do I have to repeat everything from the beginning? No. Oh, okay. Good. So we almost copied and pasted the letter that more than 200 organizations had signed to support the UN Convention on taxation, and then a second recommendation on governance that indicated that there should be social participation mechanisms. We can't talk about taxation without social participation. Then we have 3 recommendations regarding values and principles. All tax-related discussions have to have a gender and race component, and they also have to see the process from the point of view of decolonization, and they have to be guided by human rights. And then 6 concrete recommendations: global minimum tax on wealth, tax on financial transactions, tax mechanisms that facilitate fair trade, especially considering the African continent and the Latin American context, multilateral taxes that can contribute to mobilize resources to combat hunger and poverty. We gave an example of a carbon tax, put an end to fossil fuels, making sure that if we have the elimination of tax exemptions on certain resources, we would use those to combat poverty and hunger and to improve transparency and cooperation spaces and head towards the setup of global assets registry within the United Nations. So between February and May, we drafted these recommendations. And we organized together with the Finance Ministry in Brazil a 2-day seminar in Brasilia to discuss these proposals and to formally submit them to the president of the G20 financial track, that is the Treasury Ministry of Brazil. So all this sounded very nice, but what do we think about that? Perhaps we should have made an assessment. We haven't. Perhaps we still have time to do that. But here we bring the questions to you now. The most negative aspect is that very little will remain within the G20 because they don't care about these topics. Perhaps we have contributed to support Brazil's proposal to create a global minimum wealth tax, but there are many G20 countries that are not even interested in this proposal. But on the positive side, we established some links with formal groups in G20, the engagement groups like the Civil 20, Think Tanks 20, and others. And thanks to all this coordination work, they embedded our demands in their own recommendations. So although we were not formally involved in that G20 structure, our recommendations were included in the recommendations made by formal structures. So I think that is something positive. As Deresh said, the messages that Deresh conveyed to us, that taxation is a political issue, that we need to change the rules of the game, etc., that is being discussed right now. Of course, we share that line of thinking, although we criticize a lot. So I think that is also positive. Our message is coming through, and the group of organizations is growing because many of the organizations in the C20 were not interested in taxation, but now they started to look into this issue. So these are more or less the less positive and more positive aspects. So if you are interested in having a look at the document, it is in Spanish, English, and Portuguese, and it is posted in Latin. That's page, in the UNESCO page, and also in the Tax Justice Network's page. So that would be all. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Nati.
Thank you, Nathy. You finished before the timer went off. I'd like to point out something that I feel is not only related to G20 but also PTLAC. And it also happens in other spaces. Participation of civil society and the voices of any minority group tends to be part of a marketing strategy. We have invited the civil society, and what comes out of here is also representing the voice of the civil society. But this does not mean that it will always consider the demands coming from our group. So one of the challenges we see in these spaces is that social washing that happens. In order to continue, I'd like to know whether there are any questions or comments from the audience. Flor and Isabella, go ahead. Good afternoon, almost. My question is related to what's happening. Jorge, you mentioned some items that had to be discussed. You talked about the role of some countries in the region. And Pablo also pointed out this morning, he mentioned potential Trump administration and how this can impact these discussions. I feel that the previous Trump administration played a major role in some international tax discussions, so I'd like to know what you think about this. If you have thought anything about it. Isabella, back there. Thank you. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for your presentations. I have a question and a comment. I don't want us to become optimistic and do away with our optimism, because I think that, as Natalie said, we are going step by step. Many people are working in different instances, G20, PTLAC, United Nations. I think it's a wonderful work. But we have to face our issues. Jorge and Clelia also mentioned countries' sovereignty, which is something to be considered, but I also thinking of the force and the strength of the multilateral organizations. We are doing some work there. It has to be done, but right now we are living a time when there is live genocide, and the UN has not been able to stop it. So the question is related to what Clelia has just said. We want this to be a continuous call upon the society so that we have a document to come back to if our goal is not achieved, or to have a binding convention, and in this case, which would be the real mechanisms we have to do something if countries do not enforce what has to be enforced. Thank you. Thank you, Isabella. There is Enrique, Regina, and we will close the queue.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. My question is related to the two presentations. I think the world's changing very quickly, and United Nations does not seem to be the place where many things are solved. There is a new international architecture surrounding the BRICS. There are geopolitical contradictions. There might be a generalized war or a major war in the near future. So I feel that we are following the line of the old and traditional global geopolitics, and that geopolitical architecture, and that architecture is changing. And how do you see this? In many international fora like the UN, decisions are made, like the Davos Forum, St. Petersburg Forum. There are very complex situations we're facing. And Latin America is divided. There are conflicts among many countries. So what are the steps to be taken in such difficult times?
Hola, muchas gracias a ustedes por las ponencias.
Thank you for your presentations. They've all been quite enriching. As Natalie said, we started this movement at the Cartagena summit when we talked to the representatives of the Brazilian government, and they said, we will meet in December when Brazil will lead the meeting. But on the other hand, I understand what Natalie was saying in terms that it's going to be difficult to change, because even in Brazil, we have our own contradictions. Some of us want to join the OECD, others don't. And that is a problem. There are people in the tax administration who think that Brazil has to be part of the OECD. And we also have our tax rules in Brazil that are our own specific tax laws that prevent us from doing many things. The minister thinks that we need to have zero deficit. We cannot spend more. So this is not a question, it's just a comment, and I'd like to know what you think about it. We are having difficulties to move on. I am not optimistic from a biological point of view, but we need to have pessimism in ideas, but optimism in our actions. So what do you think might be changed? Thank you, Flor, Isabella, Enrique, and Regina. I will give the floor to our speakers. Should we follow the same order that we follow with our presentations? Dove, are you there?
Can you hear me? Should I
Yes,
start?
yeah, please come in.
Okay, super. Yes, thank you for the debate, and thank you, Nati and Jorge, also for very interesting inputs and great questions. I'll try to answer as brief as I can, but these are really good questions and they're really important. First, on Trump and the United States, what do we do about that? I would say again that Trump and the United States is another reason to go to the United Nations. What we have seen at the OECD is that they often use something you can call the United States first strategy. And what that means is that first the United States does something, and then the OECD tries to do a global agreement to do the same thing as the United States has done. And we have that on automatic exchange of information. First, Obama did something, and the OECD tried to do something similar. We have it on the minimum tax. First, there was a US initiative, and then they did what's called Pillar 2. The problem with that, there are many problems. One is that you give an extreme amount of power to one country. Secondly, United States is not very loyal to global negotiations, so by the time the OECD finishes the agreement, the United States doesn't want to sign and is often the first country to leave the table and not sign the deal. The UN often works in the opposite direction, which is United States last. There are a number of UN agreements that the United States has not signed, where they are the only country often that hasn't signed. And that means even if the United States has not signed, the rest of the world has, and the rest of the world has started moving forward. Often there are some few countries that are the pioneers, the most ambitious, but then all the other countries start moving, and the last one to move is the United States. Often they never sign the deal, but they have to follow the rules, because when you set a global standard that all other countries follow, at the end of the day, the United States also has to start complying. That's especially the case when it comes to multinational corporations, because multinational corporations, the whole business model is that they want access to other countries, to consumer markets, to extracting resources, to the whole idea is to get access to other countries. That's multinational. And that means that countries can say, if your country doesn't sign or comply with these rules, your companies can't come to my country. So, and that goes to the question of enforcement. How do we enforce the rules? And it's exactly, and we've seen this in other UN negotiations, the fact that countries can say, your company doesn't get access to my country, or I will tax your company if it comes to my country. Digital services taxes is an example of countries deciding to tax corporations, no matter if the United States likes it or not, and digital services taxes the United States definitely doesn't like. And there are also things like withholding taxes, tax money that leaves your country. So especially on the area of tax, we actually have a lot of tools and countries use them. And there's, of course, also different types of political pressure. And it goes to the geopolitics. The war in Ukraine, the Russia-Ukraine war, has changed the geopolitics a lot. And one of the things that we're seeing is that the European Union is very, very keen to have good relations to developing countries, including the African countries. And it gave Africa more leverage. And of course, as we can see now, they used that leverage, among other things, to try and get a fairer global tax system. So the way that the UN negotiations on tax developed is also an example of what you can do at the United Nations that you can't do anywhere else. we've never seen Africa set the global agenda and be the driver of progress. And one of the reasons this has happened now is, of course, the geopolitics created a good situation. But the most important thing is that the African countries united, they worked together, they stood together, they were well prepared, they sent their best negotiators. And right now, the developing countries have supported the Africa group. And that means that the pressure for progress has really started creating a situation where the global south can set the agenda. That would never happen at the OECD. And in terms of, it's true that we have situations that the United Nations has not managed to solve. And of course, speaking of wars and genocides, this is of course, yes, there are many problems that the United Nations hasn't solved. But in those situations, it's also important that we hold the member states to account, because what the UN produces is the result of what the member states do. Just like a parliament is only producing laws that are as good as what the parliamentarians do. So the important thing at the UN is always to look at which countries, which governments, which member states are preventing the progress. And we can do that at the United Nations because the decision making is transparent and because civil society is there and can see what's going on. So the United Nations is no guarantee that things will go well, but we do have ways of working at the UN that means that we can hold governments to accountable and we can pressure them. And we also have more fairness, including that sometimes Africa and developing countries are able to set the agenda. And last point to say on becoming a member of the OECD, Brazil or Peru or whichever country wants to become a member of the OECD, that is for the national debate. But the one thing I will say is it's not okay that a country can join the OECD, a club of countries with less than 50 member states. In fact, it has less than 40 members at the moment. That doesn't give them the right to set the global tax rules. It's deeply inappropriate to have a body that has, at the moment, 38 member states. That should never be the place where the global tax rules are negotiated. OECD is going to continue to exist and countries can become members and OECD can negotiate about things that concern the OECD countries. And OECD also comes to the United Nations and represents OECD countries. So OECD will continue to exist, but what's changing is the fact that the OECD should not be the place where the global tax rules are decided. It should be at the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tove. Jorge.
Jorge? All right. From the point of view of taxation, historically, as Tove said, we have been fighting for making sure that the OECD would not be the only place to discuss international tax governance. It is not legitimate, it is not democratic, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, there is no other space. With the war in the Ukraine and with the Gaza Strip genocide, then the UN is focusing on these topics, and it has shown its limitations as a multilateral forum. In the case of Latin America, we need to add something else from the point of view of taxation, and that is that, once again, the IMF's budget and tax austerity policies are being implemented in several countries in the region, regardless of whether they have signed agreements with the IMF or not. So that is the notion that exists now. So, of course, we understand that some global governance forums are being restored. We have BRICS, we have other spaces. But so far, the only consolidated institutional space with its own limitations is the United Nations. So I think that it is positive that we are making progress there. And then in taxation, we have this fragmentation in analysis between the right and the left, or progressiveness and the right. We have Panama, Colombia, Chile, the Dominican Republic, Bolivia, Paraguay, Ecuador, Peru, and Brazil, together with Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Haiti. These four countries, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, and Haiti, have not adhered, subscribed so far. But then the others can be considered right-wing governments. So, like Paraguay and Ecuador and others. So there we see a fragmentation of this ideological scheme. We have spoken with Honduras, with Mexico, with the governments to invite them to join us, but they still have their own reservations. So I think that we need to take advantage of this opportunity we have right now. As Florencia said, we are now looking at the U.S., where Trump's election may imply a setback in our discussions in the United Nations. And unfortunately, this will have an impact on Latin America because we are still the backyard of the empire. And that will undoubtedly have an impact also on PTLAC and tax policy. So, in summary, I would say that all these are challenges ahead. We have no certainties, but these challenges open up a path for us that we didn't have a year ago. And when it comes to tax matters, that is quite important because, as Tove said, now the setting for discussion is not just the OECD. Now we will have to reinforce this idea, and taxation has never been an appealing topic for discussion. It hasn't been of interest to the citizens as a whole or to a significant part of the social movement in Latin America. We succeeded in getting people from the indigenous movement, from the peasants movement, from the women's movement, and the workers' movement to, little by little, understand the need to discuss taxation when they talk about rights and social policies and sovereignty, etc. So I think that I am genetically or biologically optimistic despite all the defeats that we experience. But I think that in tax matters, we are in the right direction. Thank you.
Bueno, yo rapidito que ustedes todos están súper...
I know
Puedo ser responsable para que se mueran de hambre. Entonces,
I know that you are all hungry, but I agree with Jorge. The United Nations is the best place for this discussion. As Churchill would say with regard to democracy, democracy is the worst political system, but it is the one that we have. It might be bad, but it is the one that we have, so it is the best one. So we will have to make some adjustments in the multilateral space. Now, in answer to Isabel, Clelia, and Enrique about the social washing, the new and old approaches, I am a biologically structural advocate of social participation. I think that the more society we include in the state, the more legitimacy and the more sustainability for decisions we achieve. That is why I think that way. But I don't think that we just need just any kind of participation of public powers. We need institutionalized participation. In Latin America, we have a few examples, in Bolivia, but the more society we involve in the state in an institutionalized manner, something that does not depend on the goodwill of individuals, then the more chances of making changes we have. Austerity was mentioned yesterday. I think Pedro spoke about that, or somebody else. It was Dereche. We have to change in the economic mainstream thinking. We are always told that there is no money, so we need to have austerity. Yes, of course, a government needs to spend just like as a household, as if this were true, but it isn't. So this is part of the necessary change in discourse. And as Pedro said, an economy that has companies that are not fully productive, well, that is not an efficient economy. So we can't just stick to the discourse of austerity as if it were the sole truth. And then going back to Enrique's comment, well, things are changing, but to a certain extent. When you look at BRICS, it's just more of the same thing, although somebody else is doing that. But as civil society organizations, we try to engage with BRICS and to have some participation space, but they don't want us to be there. The rating indicators are the same ones as the IMFs and the World Banks. They have several similarities. Perhaps what is changing is what happens with the fact that they are considering loans in other currencies other than the dollar, but it is more of the same. So that is why I advocate institutionalized social participation, because that is what allows us to move forward, as we did a little bit with G20 or the successful experience at the United Nations, although this is not so much institutionalized. The organization, ECOSOC, the organizations that can come in are not necessarily the most democratic ones, but as Pablo said earlier, we are guided and moved by hope, and I am biologically optimistic as well. All right. Thank you, Nati, Jorge, Tove. So we are going to close with a show of hands for all of you.
Hello. We'll be starting our panel number 3. And I will be speaking in English if anyone would like a translation. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. If people want to slowly get back to the table, we can get on to panel number 3 on progressive reforms and perspectives and recent experiences from Latin America. I'm Alexandra Wenzel with the Global Alliance for Tax Justice as the communications coordinator, and I'm joined by 3 incredible panelists. Let's start with a warm welcome to Miguel Ángel Rodriguez, who's an economist from the Universidad Nacional de Colombia with a specialization in international financial management. He's a research coordinator at the Centro de Estudios del Trabajo, CENTERBAJO, and member of the Red de Trabajo Fiscal in Colombia. And let's give a warm welcome. And on his left is Maria Regina Pavla Duarte, who's the fiscal auditor of the Federal Revenue of Brazil and second vice president of the Instituto Justiça Fiscal. And we'll give a warm welcome. And our third panelist is Alejandra Zelaya Salgado, who graduated in economics from the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras and currently works as the economic researcher at the Foro Social de Deuda Externa y Desarrollo de Honduras. Her experience focuses on the analysis of the tax system, the general budget of the Republic, and macroeconomic and social research. Among her notable works is the research titled Propuestas Técnicas de Foste a la Iniciativa de Ley de Justicia Tributaria. And she's participated in the Tax Justice Law Project in Honduras. So we'll look forward to discussing all of their 3 perspectives and recent experiences in Latin America. Let's start with Alejandra. If you could please explain the tax reform in Honduras.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to take part in this panel. It is my pleasure to be here talking to you about the tax system, such a relevant topic for all countries. I have a presentation.
Listo. Bueno, muchas gracias.
So, let me tell you a little bit about the Latin American Commission's message to us in the last few months, that in Latin America there are three traps that raise challenges for fiscal policies. One of them I'm sorry. So going back to, I'm going to tell you what the ECLIC has told us in the last few months, and that is that there are three traps that raise challenges for fiscal policies in Latin America. We have the trap of low economic growth that is volatile, exclusive, and unsustainable. The trap of low mobility and social cohesion and high inequality, and then the trap of not ineffective governance. And this shows that we have a lot of difficulties in Latin America, and it is not so easy to deal with all these challenges. So let me share with you the experience of my country, Honduras, in the fiscal issue. We are working towards tax equity thanks to the law on tax justice that is now being discussed. But let me tell you a little bit about this law. But before, let me share with you some characteristics of the tax system in Honduras. The system is characterized for having a highly regressive tax system. This is due to the fact that most of the revenues come through indirect taxes. Of the tax revenue collected in Honduras come from indirect taxes. So that means that the people with the lowest amount of resources are the ones that most contribute to the tax system. We should also say that Honduras is characterized as one of the most unequal countries in Latin America. It has 15 tax schemes. So that means that we have a lot of laws to regulate benefits and exemptions to corporations. So one of those benefits that calls our attention is the fact is actually an endless benefit. There is no deadline for that tax benefit. They can use that tax benefit as long as they want. Honduras used to have a global income principle, but now it is based on the territorial income concept. And this meant losses for the country because this has led to a significant revenue loss. In the last few years, a letter was received from the OECD asking Honduras to eliminate two tax schemes because of those two tax schemes, we were considered a tax haven. So out of those 15, there are two schemes that are totally perverse and evil that make the country be characterized as a tax haven. Also, according to a tax code that is in place, we have banking secrecy, and banking secrecy is defined as non-reporting or not providing information to tax administrations about the companies. And finally, all these characteristics have led to a significant level of tax evasion in the country. What is allocated to institutions in healthcare, education, and the like is lower than what is lost through tax evasion. So we are losing significant amounts through tax evasion. And this led us to think that we need change and we need tax reforms. This is what has happened since 2023. Now we are working on the law on tax justice. The law starts with a change in the constitution of the country. And this change implies to increase the term progressive taxes in the constitution. So with this, we eliminate, or we can start eliminating all those tax benefits. So whenever there is a tax law passed, the tax has to be progressive. That is something that benefits the population. 10 of those schemes that I mentioned are being eliminated. These schemes benefit corporations, and 2 new schemes are created. So this law eliminates these schemes, or actually it is that the companies no longer register for these schemes, and there are 2 new options, one in the medium term to have certain tax incentives, and these are more healthy for the tax system. We also have the elimination of the pardoning of tax debts with tax amnesty laws. Sometimes the taxpayers are forgiven for not paying their debts. So this law seeks to eliminate all those situations that allow taxpayers not to pay their debts back. Now, coming back to global income, we want to go back to that idea, recovering those revenues that have been lost over the years and eliminating banking secrecy. That is to have mainly fiscal information because the tax administrations really want to know who the beneficial owners are, who owns the resources, whether that is the actual amount. And it also seeks to have a mutual tax administrative assistance. That is some level of assistance with other countries. So that will enable us to have more tax information. This law also seeks to identify beneficial owners, who are the true owners of the companies, who are the ones who hold the assets, and with the agreement, they also try to see if these individuals or companies also have assets in other countries. So this law on tax justice has taught us that a tax process implies long discussions, negotiations, and legislative procedures before it can be implemented. And the law on tax justice has been discussed since 2023 in the country. So let me tell you a little bit about the political process and the obstacles that we faced. On January the 31st, the president of the country made some statements and said that she was going to introduce into Parliament a bill for the law on tax justice. On March the 8th, the minister in charge of tax administration presented this law to the citizens through social media and different websites, and that same day he presented this to the Private Companies Council. That is, he organized a meeting with business people to introduce this bill. This was not well perceived. There were a lot of criticism, a lot of comments and speculations, and business people did not have a positive reaction. However, the process continued, and on April the 23rd, this was introduced to the Council of Ministers. The executive branch approved this bill so that it could be taken to Parliament. When it went to the legislative branch, a committee was set up, and the committee was charged with discussing this law, this bill, and holding some public hearings. After the committee was created, the minister presented the characteristics of the bill on tax justice to the committee. And in May, the committee held 24 public hearings where different sectors expressed their views regarding this bill. We had the private sector represented here, banks, because of financial secrecy. We also have civil society organizations from different sectors, and different recommendations were made. Then, on March the 16th, the minister presented to the entire legislative branch the law on tax justice. But that day there was some confrontation. Many people were not in agreement, so a strong argument took place with the legislative branch, so the law did not go any further. So we had a legislative crisis. There were no more sessions, there were no more discussions in Parliament. Nobody was talking about the bill anymore in Parliament. And another important point that I should note is that on September the 13th, the minister submitted to the prosecutor's office different reports on structural corruption and companies that were involved. So this was quite a long process. To this date, we haven't yet passed the law on tax justice. In 2024, this issue is still under discussion, and we still don't know when it could get passed. 32 changes have been introduced to the main document of the bill based on the recommendations derived from the consultations with the different sectors. But yet, this bill is not part of the agenda of the legislative branch. But this process has taught us a very important lesson anyway, and that is that this is not a fight that we waged on our own. We had the support of several sectors, and that support was essential to advance this law, starting with the legislative institutions that had several awareness sessions with citizens. Information was disclosed, campaigns were organized, videos were created to disseminate information, talks were given at universities. Everywhere, this was explained so that people would know the contents of the law. The IMF has also supported this law. They have given their opinion, their positive opinion. They believe that we need to undergo this tax reform. We also have support from the OECD, the IDB, and the World Bank. The law also has the support of the Organization of American States, and Latindad this year sent an expert delegate to tell us more about the tax system in Latin America so that we can develop a good understanding among the people, so that everybody is aware of the fact that we need to take this step in order to move towards a more progressive tax system. In the High Commissioner of the United Nations, we also received support to this law on tax justice, and an expert from the United Nations was also with us to explain to us about the tax system. Some final thoughts regarding this experience in our country. Taxation matters are difficult to discuss. This process was not easy, and as the first panel said, this is a political issue. It was quite difficult for Honduras to carry out this discussion. It is very difficult to put it at the political level rather than at the technical level. By way of final thoughts, I can say that fiscal policies have the potential to play a fundamental role in promoting significant transformations in development models, facilitating the construction of a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future for the region. It also offers significant opportunities to reduce tax avoidance, tax evasion, and also to review tax spending in order to have proper management and allocation of resources. And it is crucial to strengthen tax administrations, the institutional aspects, to prevent tax evasion and tax avoidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandra, for your comments and especially your notes on how we really need to fight alongside all sectors for tax justice, and the support internationally, I think, is something we can all think about in our own home countries. Now we'll go to Maria, who will discuss a bit about Brazil's role in the global tax debate and what we can expect from the tax on the super rich.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to say that my mother tongue is Portuguese, so if there is something you don't understand, please ask me, because I speak a mix of Portuguese and Spanish. So I apologize in advance for any mistake I may make. First of all, I'd like to thank Latin Dad and the Global Alliance for having invited me. For us at the Tax Justice Institute, it is an honor to be part of these very powerful networks working on tax justice. I'd also like to congratulate our colleagues from Argentina for the America Cup, for the Cup of the Americas, which they won. I love soccer, so at least there is a happy note in this country that is going through difficult times otherwise. I do not have such a nice and wonderful presentation as Alejandra's, like Alejandra's. I'd like to make some comments about some topics that may be of interest to you. And later, I will discuss the tax reform that has taken place recently in Brazil. First of all, I'd like to start saying that there are common problems in our region. As other speakers have already said, we have a regressive tax system. That is, we tax consumption a lot, we tax income and wealth very little. For you to have a general idea, in Brazil we have this following situation. In terms of income, in terms of percentage of GDP, less than 10%, 9.2%. And assets, 1.6%. And consumption, 18.6%. That is, we tax consumption much more than income or wealth.
No, yo iba a comentar que
I was going to say that if we think of tax revenues per inhabitant, per capita, in Latin America, we're not doing so badly, percentage-wise. But if we compare the UK, Germany, and France, then the Brazilian situation and the situation of all Latin American countries is much worse. Another problem we have in Brazil that some people have already mentioned is that taxes reduce people's income. Taxing has an impact on every person's income, that is, the role that the tax system should have, which is promoting justice, reducing inequalities, is not happening here. We also have tax spending. I wouldn't call them benefits because nobody will go against a benefit. In Brazil, we use the term waiving because the government waives taxes in exchange for nothing. Many times it's nothing. In Brazil, this has meant 519 billion last year and 32 tax waivers were granted with a negative impact on revenues of 68 billion reales. Only last year, 32 new tax waivers. Another problem that is present in many countries is that we think that through tax spending, we're going to solve all issues. It doesn't matter who we're going to get the taxes from. What matters is how that money will be distributed. And that is wrong, that's a mistake, because it is very important but not enough. We do need to change or reverse the weight of taxes to go from the poor to shift it from the poor to the rich. We have to tax the rich more than the poor. And in this way, we might be able to reduce indirect taxes or taxes on consumption. So in the case of Brazil, we received a French economist, Piketty, when he was going to write his book. I can't remember the title. I think it was Capital in the 21st Century. He arrived in Brazil.
Entonces, después,
And he didn't have any data and information, so he complained a lot about that. And there were lots of people who were continuously asking for information for the Federal Tax Revenue Authority, and those data were not available. Eventually, those data were published, and that helped us see that there were excessive taxes on the poor and few taxes on the wealthy. So all of us share these problems: waivers, tax evasion and avoidance, and we are not being able to change things. We have changed very little, that's the truth. We've changed very little, and why? Why is that? Well, some reasons may be. There are lots of studies on poverty, data on poverty. Now, data on wealth, that's more complicated. We have less information, as I think our colleague from Chile said. I think it was him or the colleague from Uruguay. It is very difficult to get information to tax the wealthy. So lots of studies about the poor and very few studies about the rich. Something else that we have heard is that we have gone through 40 years of neoliberal model where you cannot tax the wealthy because otherwise they will leave, there will be no more money, there will be no jobs. Taxing the big fortunes is very expensive, it is not worth it. We will get less money from the corporations so that they can invest in our countries. Taxation should be neutral, it should not interfere in the business. We cannot get tax exemptions We cannot do away with tax exemptions because otherwise companies will go bankrupt. The World Bank guidelines and the IDB guidelines are the best. We have to follow their guidelines. So these are narratives that have not helped us achieve major changes. In Brazil, for example, in the 80s or 90s, after we got our federal constitution, taxes on corporations were reduced. Taxes on personal income taxes increased. And this was at a time when the IMF was leading our country. We had to close our accounts and generate tax surplus. So what happened with the taxes on the big corporations? Rather than increasing those, we increased indirect taxes on consumption. And there is also this very special case. Since 1996, the law dates back to 1995, all profits and dividends distributed to people, to individuals, are not to be taxed. So we have a privilege, a huge tax privilege. So for 30 years, distributed dividends and profits have not been taxed. As our Chilean colleague said, there are no taxes on capital, but there are taxes on income, on labor. There is a mechanism that, as far as I know, only exists in Brazil. That's called, I'm not sure how to translate this into Spanish, but it is a mechanism that makes it possible for a company to pay their taxes correctly. And when the shareholders receive dividends, they also pay lower income taxes. But this only exists in Brazil. And this law was created precisely so that companies would bring money, would invest in our countries. Over 25 years later, it's not been proved that investment have increased as a result of these lower rates on dividends or reduced taxes on corporations. Furthermore, there are studies that show that the tax system is not one of the first things investors think about. They first need to know if there is staff, logistics, infrastructure, and only then will companies think about whether they will be affected by the tax system. In brief, we have all these issues, and we get to the situation of the tax reform today. How long do I have? Am I doing okay? Okay, so we get to our current tax reform, which was an amendment to the Constitution that was passed last year, that set forth quite a significant reform of the tax on consumption. In Brazil, we have taxes and contributions, but we call them taxes in general terms. First of all, you need to know where that proposal comes from. It doesn't come from labor unions, workers. It doesn't come from the government. No. This proposal comes from an organization called Center for Tax Citizenship, sponsored and funded by big companies. So we can already see that the situation is quite complicated. And then this proposal was supposed to simplify things. Out of 5 taxes, we would only have only two would remain: tax on consumption and the other tax. I can't find the word in Spanish, but it's a tax that will have an impact on the goods that are harmful for health. In Portuguese, it's called selective tax because there is a selection of products. This product will be taxed with a higher rate and this one with a lower rate. So those is a difference between products which are harmful for health and the environment have to be taxed with a higher rate. So in theory, this was supposed to simplify the system, but there would be a long transition period. Why? Because the new taxes would be fully implemented in 2033. Why? Because there are tax waivers existing until the year 2032, and this cannot be done away with. So the whole reform will be enforced only in 2033. And during this period, there will be a transition. Those who defend this proposal say that nothing will happen, everything will work fine. I really don't know, because people would say the Brazilian system is too complicated, too complex. They will change, and maybe in 10 years' time, we'll have a much better system. But I really don't know. But what really matters is that we should start by reforming taxes on wealth. We started with taxes on consumption, indirect taxing. In order to reduce tax on consumption, which is regressive, we all know this, we first should increase income tax. And we're not doing this. And only now, I think it was 2 days ago, a World Bank study was issued. I would never sign that study, but the study states that the reform will tax more the rich and less the poor. I think this is complicated because it's like saying, no, you don't need to pay taxes. Only through consumption will we achieve our goal so that the poor will pay less. I think we are living this trap. I like this term. The reform is still, I think, the first voting took place on July 11th. Now the proposal will go to the Senate in Brazil. Some time will go by. Members of the Senate will propose changes, and if there are changes, it will go back to the House of Representatives. There will be a new voting, and so on. So it's still ongoing. If we think about the fact that this tax that taxes those products that are harmful for the environment and health, well, we might charge a higher rate on luxury goods, jewels, products from famous brands, perfumes, powerful motorcycles. But now there's no way to charge higher rates for these products. And weapons and ammunitions that used to have a very high rate, well, that rate has also gone down. And now the rate taxing weapons will be the same than the rate for food products or diapers, those things. And that is a problem. On the other hand, there have also been some good things, so to speak. For example, products used by women, menstrual health products, will be exempt from taxes. There is research carried out by a master's degree student, a lawyer, at the School of Law. If we think of female contraceptives and condoms, there is 10% on condoms as opposed to 30% on female products. Wax to be used on cars, well, the rate is much lower than creams or sun blockers. So we see those differences that are not good. We cannot say that the Brazilian tax system is gender neutral, but the reform will improve some of these things. And in the Constitution, there is a new section that says that every policy, let's say we're going to reduce the tax rate on a certain product or increase another tax rate, well, we need to know what the impact is in terms of race and gender. And that is very important. I got the yellow card. Well, in order to conclude, there is a return mechanism that's called cashback, where you get tax returns on your taxes. So people will have to pay higher rates, and only those who are very poor will get some kind of reimbursement. And in order to conclude, I'd like to say that we have to think together. It is very important to fight for people's rights. And if there is a certain right, then you need to have a tax to fund that right. Ensuring that rights are enforced is important, but resources have to be collected fairly. Sometimes this is kind of blurred maybe far from us, because what we see is big arguments. Sometimes we have to go back and talk about old topics. This is a class fight. People want to tax the poor more, and they close the door, they don't let you in, you don't get the necessary information. So I think we have to strengthen this fight. We have to fight that economic model, fighting austerity. As Dirigi said, maybe we need to fight a wider struggle. And I have a question for you, but I will ask that question later. Thank you.
Thank you for your great presentation overview of the tax policy in Brazil, and especially talking about the need for better data on wealth and not only on poverty. And I think it was also good to highlight the need for rights and how we need to really finance these rights. And next over to Miguel Angel on discussing the tax reforms happening in Colombia. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Alexandra. I'll try to be brief and as careful with the time allotted to me as my previous speakers. First, let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to take part in this space, to the Global Alliance and the Tax Justice Network, Latindad, and CES Foundation. I think it is very important for us to have a space where we can look into what is happening in the field of taxes in our country, especially considering our previous discussions, how we can better coordinate our efforts at the regional level in order to pursue fiscal policy goals. I'll try to highlight here the main aspects of the recent tax reform conducted in Colombia. The first one under Gustavo Petro's administration, an administration that somehow broke up with a long tradition of the typical and traditional political classes. Regina and Alejandra presented the context for the tax system. I'm going to do the same with Colombia. Our countries usually have the same symptoms and problems in the field of taxes. We have low tax pressure in Colombia. It has been between 15 and 18% of the GDP, quite below 34% the value of OECD, and even lower than the Latin American average of 22%. And that low tax burden, as Pablo Ferreri said, makes us collect very little and also poorly. And that is because our tax systems have these general characteristics. They are usually full of indirect taxes. Colombia has a peculiar characteristic. The Gini index is almost unchanged before and after taxes. So the tax system does not perform any redistribution role when it comes to the resources. We have a highly regressive system. Approximately 50% of tax revenues come from indirect taxes, and if we disaggregate or break down the structure in Colombia, you see that almost half of the revenues, or less than half, 48%, are obtained through the income tax. And there is a particular characteristic. 52% belongs to indirect taxes, the national VAT, external VAT, a levy on financial transactions, fuel taxes, all taxes that are usually paid by all individuals regardless of their consumption and income capacity, but we have 48% for the income tax. And here there is a trait that differentiates us from OECD or developed countries, and that is that while in the global north, most of the income tax is contributed by individuals, three-fourths come from individuals. In Colombia, it is just the other way around. Three-fourths of the income tax collection comes from the income tax paid by companies. And that is key because that also reduces the competitiveness levels of Colombian businesses. We don't have business competing against businesses in international trade. We have countries competing among themselves in terms of infrastructure, technology development, logistics capabilities, skilled labor force, and the tax system is a factor that impacts the cost of the country. And this is an extremely regressive structure for the productive matrix in Colombia. The Colombian tax system is considered to be quite one of the most complex ones based on the tax complexity index. Since 2016, Colombia has always been among the top 5 in that countries in that index. In 2021, a committee of experts on tax matters was convened. They studied for more than 1 year our system to identify the benefits and the impact that they are having. And the conclusion these experts reached is that this is a dysfunctional system and that does not meet 3 basic criteria: progressivity, simplicity, and efficiency. And even today, we still don't know in the Treasury or in the tax administration, we don't know how many tax benefits exist. Several exercises have been conducted, and this committee reached that conclusion that they are incapable of identifying all the tax benefits in the system. And this leads to serious levels of regressive conditions. In companies, last year, 580,000 companies had income taxes in their tax returns. If you look at their income levels for distribution purposes, you end up having like a golf stick chart. The ones that generate the least income, 100, 150,000, companies report zero profits or even losses. They are dying. So we have a business ecosystem where the life cycle of companies ranges between 2 and 5 years. Many are created, but they also die quite quickly. But if you break them down according to their income level, most of those 580,000 companies have similar income levels. And when you get to the end, you will see a group of companies that have extremely high profits or income. 0.03% of companies in Colombia are large companies, 1% are medium-sized companies, and the rest, 98%, are micro and small-sized businesses. That is the kind of matrix that we have for production in Colombia. Among the super large companies, approximately 2,600 companies, those 2,600 companies are the largest ones, and they pay an effective rate for the income tax of approximately 22-23%. The middle-sized companies that account for 1% of the entire fabric have a tax rate between 26 and 28%, and the remaining 575,000 companies that are micro and small size have an effective rate for income tax ranging between 30 and 31%. So starting a business in Colombia is extremely expensive, so we have an ecosystem that doesn't favor wealth creation. Another important element to put you in context is that there is some poor practice in the field of taxes. Tax reforms are usually used to finance short-term expenses, government programs. So whenever we have a new administration, they introduce a tax reform. This usually happens as soon as they take office because that is where they have the greatest political power. And every 18 months for the last 20 years, on average, the system gets reformed every 18 months. So the level of insecurity and uncertainty is extremely high. The best example is the current administration. The current administration presented a tax reform that aims at collecting more taxes, not at introducing structural changes. And after 2 years of government, they say that on July the 29th, they are going to introduce a new tax reform because the numbers don't add up. And that is because of our economic model. The economic model asks us to buy much more from the world than what we sell to the world because of all the neoliberal policies that have been implemented over the last 40 years. And that is an unsustainable model. Reforms seek to increase collection. Petro's message was clear. His goal was to obtain 50 trillion pesos. And after a discussion, this was reduced, and they determined that this should be 20 trillion pesos. But of course, the goal was to get money to finance social programs, to narrow the historical inequality gaps, which is quite valuable, of course, but with this tax reform, nothing changed, and we still have this poor tradition of introducing reforms every 2 years, having short-term reforms just for the purpose of raising more money, collecting more funds. So the consequence is obvious. After so many years of reforms, our tax system is just a patchwork that adds a lot of complexity, as experts said. So that was the latest reform introduced by Petro. Is seek to collect 1.4% of GDP, 26% of the investment budget, or the equivalent to 26% of the investment budget, and it also has an element that created a lot of concern. 15% of the resources that were expected to be collected were just temporal and volatile resources. 56% of that collection goal had its origin in mining and oil. So Petro wanted to incentivize coal and oil resources, and that had a significant effect on the government because they account for 50% of our exports, and they contribute to the state through dividends, royalties. These are two extremely important sectors also to provide funds to the government's accounts. So with the reform, there have been some negative aspects, but 56% of the try to collect would be sourced from mining and oil. 15% out of the 20 trillion is something provided by companies through different mechanisms established in the tax scheme. So out of those 20 billion, 15% should be contributed by companies, 14.5% by individuals, and then environmental taxes would contribute between 13 and 14%. So what were the key elements in the tax reform? The income tax for individuals and income tax for corporations was changed. The tax on dividends, the tax on or the environmental tax changes were introduced to international taxation. Also, changes were introduced to VAT, the sales tax, and the tax on wealth or assets was reactivated. This is very powerful to introduce a progressive condition into the tax system. In Colombia, the wealth tax, the tax on assets, sometimes was levied for a short period of time, for 2 or 3 years. It might appear and come out of the system depending on the administration that is ruling. But in this case, the tax became permanent. Unfortunately, in my view, the adjustment to the wealth tax was not very ambitious because three rates were established: 0.5%, 1%, and 1.5% rates, and the highest one will continue only until 2026. So the large fortunes after 2026 will not pay 1.5%, but 1%. And in addition to that, there are different steps or levels according to the fortune level. The last one has very big amounts of in assets, and they are going to pay the same as those that have less. So the rich will pay the same as the super rich. So here we have a regressive factor in being left in the system, and it was not corrected. Also, taxes were on individuals was also introduced. There is a simple tax scheme for individuals that is called monotributo. It's a single tax that they pay, and also some criminal provisions were introduced through the reform. So, in summary, let me go back to the main changes for companies, for legal entities. We have a tax expenditure that ranges between 17 and 34 trillion pesos. Remember that the reform aimed at achieving 20 trillion pesos. So if all tax benefits were eliminated for companies, we would have many more resources than what we could obtain through this reform. But what is the problem? There are so many tax benefits that do not have an end date, an expiry date. So they are protected by the judiciary or in Colombia, tax benefits, or there was an attempt to eliminate tax benefits for construction activities, but the court said that that is an acquired right, so that was not possible. So that also called our attention, because doing away with tax benefits might be a solution, but anyway, it is very difficult to do that. You require an extremely strong political power, and I think that the Honduras lesson is very important, to set a deadline and to have evaluation mechanisms, something that we lack in these tax benefits. There are not goals in terms of job creation, poverty reduction, wealth creation, diversification of exports. The free exporting zones or the free economic zones now have some limits, but in the past they didn't have to comply with any requirements in order to have access to the free economic zones, to those benefits. And in Colombia, the business structures do not have horizontal or vertical progressivity. That means large companies pay less, and the companies that make the same income pay differently depending on the sector they belong to. So transport have extremely low rates. One of the sectors that pays the least is the financial sector. They have an effective tax rate of 9%, only 9%, when the nominal rate is 35%. It's one of the highest in the world. And to a certain extent, that was corrected with this reform. So we have a nominal tax rate of 35% and also a minimum rate of 15%. Remember that the average effective rate for large companies is 23%, and the minimum will have an impact that is yet to be seen, but we don't think that it will be too significant. For state-owned companies, the rate was set at 9%. An additional tax rate was established for the financial sector because they pay the least 9%, but 5 additional points were introduced. And in Colombia, if you consider the last 20 years and you look at every quarter to find out the growth of economic activities, mainly in the financial sector, you will see that the financial sector has only had negative growth in 3 quarters over the last 20 years. And one of those quarters is not in the 2008 financial crisis or the pandemic. The financial sector did not have negative growth in those periods, whereas the rest of the economy was collapsing. So there are some inequalities in the business sector, especially with the financial sector, and this is quite impressive, and we weren't able to fix that. You also have books publishing with very low rates. The minimum was set at 15% in this reform. And for tourism, that has always had a lot of tax benefits, now the reform sets the rate at 15% as a minimum. So an additional rate was introduced for the exploitation of soil resources. The impairment in mining and energy operations have had a significant impact on the country. And today, the administration is quite constrained because of the reduction in those operations and exploration of these products. Adjustments were made to the rates for some free economic zones. It was set at 20%. Companies that are located in free economic zones, and they pay 20%, but the rest of the producing companies, especially small and micro-sized companies, have to pay 31%. A limit was also set 3% of the net income in order to apply certain tax benefits. So as part of the regressive system with the income tax, the tax reform made an effort to try to limit the abuse of tax benefits. So we'll be able to see the impact of that only next year because we don't have information available yet. So probably next year we will be able to assess the impact of these measures of having a minimum rate and a limit in tax benefits. Rates were increased for windfall taxes, and there is also a change that they want to introduce. Mining companies should not be able to deduct from their income tax payments what they pay in royalties. That measure was introduced in the tax reform. The government was expecting to receive 7 trillion pesos as a result of that modification, but the Constitutional Court put a stop to that. So now there is a gap between 6 and 7 trillion pesos. Environmental taxes were included. The tax on the carbon tax was already there, but now the rate was changed and its scope was enhanced. And I'm trying to finish now. In the tax reform that we may have after July the 29th, they are going to increase the tax rate for the carbon tax. The national tax on single-use plastic products was introduced. That is part of the environmental taxes. Although the plastic chamber in Colombia says that they are fulfilling with most of the international standards in terms of recycling and clean production. And healthy taxes were introduced. That is what we know for sweetened beverages and ultra-processed foodstuffs, those that have sodium or saturated fats. No, not cigarettes. Cigarettes were not included. So I think that here we need to have a discussion. What is the effect of these taxes on the population? Because I think that that will depend on the current situation in the country where they are applying. In Colombia, 6 out of 10 workers are informal workers, and 90% of the workers make less than 10 million pesos, less than 8 or 7 minimum salaries. So this has a serious impact on the financial level of the poorest household. If you compare this against the price of a sweetened beverage and how much it costs you to buy fruit and produce juice, natural juice, that is always more expensive. So I think that they had to do that analysis and also assess international experiences. So in terms of international taxation, taxes on VAT, I know that I have already spoken for 23 minutes. I don't want to take too long, so let me jump to the conclusion. Several of the elements introduced and adopted through this tax reform now are the personal income tax. The president had the power to adopt new customs schemes, and now there has been a claim against that, and now there are claims against royalties, claim against environmental tax on plastic products. All these have been taken to the Constitutional Court. So it is quite difficult to see the impact of this reform because we see that it is right now being implemented. And although the ultimate goal of the reform was to reduce poverty, it calls my attention that nobody speaks about generating wealth. We have $600,500 as GDP per capita. That is a tenth of the GDP per capita of the trade partners. We have a very poor system that is not generating any wealth. And the tax system is a competitiveness factor, but it can also support wealth generation. If we don't pay attention to that, then we will continue to redistribute poverty. We will do it over and over again. We can't have just individuals making most of the contributions when they are jobless or when they have an informal job or they are just a few that can actually pay what we need them to pay. The same applies to companies. And so I would like to leave you with some food for thought. Perhaps it would be worth examining what is the progressive factor in progressive governments. Not even the progressive governments have been able to address the structural problems that we have with taxation. And then we also have a widespread problem of corruption. And that discourages tax payments and interest in these topics because ultimately what we see in Colombia is a corruption scandal. After the society was told to make an effort to achieve 20 trillion pesos in order to bridge the inequality gap, a significant portion of those funds are lost through corruption. So what is the message that is actually getting to the people and the companies? That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and it's really about your experience and also how all three of your countries have similar experiences and maybe different in areas we can learn from each other, especially talking about the change of administration and looking at that. So now I think we can move to questions. If anyone has questions they would like to pose to these three incredible panelists. And do we have...
Hola, gracias.
Hello, thank you. I have a question for each member of the panel. Alejandra, the Honduras case with the current administration have there been any changes in terms of access, transparency, access to updated tax data? What is your organization's view? Now, as to Regina, you said that tax reform in Brazil comes from the economic elite. What is Lula's administration's position Are they thinking of any other reform or changes to this reform so as to improve in terms of progressivity? And Miguel Angel said that the government says that on July 29th they will pass a new reform. What elements do you know about that proposal, or that proposed tax reform? Those are my questions. Thank you and congratulations to my three colleagues. Thank you, Alejandra, Regina, and Miguel. I am Nayelet Quevedo. I'm from the ISP organizations. And my question is for the three of you. Based on your recent experience on progressive reforms, what has been the role played by the organized civil society in the labor union movement? And has there been any kind of coordination to support these reforms? On the other hand, during the discussions about these reforms, what was the perception of citizens?
Yolanda, do you want to start and then we can go the opposite direction?
Ok. Bueno, gracias.
Thank you for your questions. In terms of the new reform, Gustavo Petro's administration has a peculiar feature. The president says one thing and his officers say different things. José Octavio Campo, who was a minister who launched the first reform, said at the time that there was something pending for the next reform, and that was to add progressiveness to the next reforms. And then Minister Bonilla said that they are going to reduce the nominal tax rate. This is not yet clear, especially considering the government accounts, because the budget lacks funding, the collection goals have not been met. And the Colombian economy dropped 7% during the pandemic. Then there was a rebound in 2021 with a two-digit growth number, 7% in 2022, and last year the growth rate was only 0.6%. So the economy has not reactivated. The growth this year was 0.06%. 0.6%. And this shows the lack of funding in our government. It is not clear because we don't know what the proposed budget is like. We don't know what the spending plan for the following year will be. You have mentioned several mechanisms, but I won't dare say for now which elements will be tackled with. We know that the natural person taxes will not be changed. The idea is to increase taxes on carbon, to take those rates up to international levels, and the rest is just general announcements that are not enough for now to know what will happen. In connection with the civil society, during our tax reform debate, there were some civil organizations that played an important role. We are part of the tax network, that is a forum where civil society organizations, together with research centers from different universities get together to assess, discuss the country's tax policy, and from the network before the reform, a tax reform proposal was prepared, and several of the items were eventually included in the final reform. The organization played quite an active role at the time. At present, there is very little information and very little coordination with the government to assess the reform and the new proposed reform. So this has been quite volatile, but there is an active movement in terms of assessing these elements. The labor union movement has been with the government, supported the first reform, supported the social reform package, even when today there are several labor conflicts. For example, at the Ministry of Labor today, there are demonstrations and people are reporting that they're not being listened to, not even by the Minister of Labor. The tax authority, the former director, Mr. Reyes, had lots of conflicts with the labor unions to agree on tax, on wages, on agreements. The same happens with the social development department, where there are also lots of conflicts. So the movement has been supporting the current administration, but some conflicts are coming up, and I think they will lead to a new agenda. And as to the citizens' perception, well, we have an issue, which is corruption. I think that citizens feel that they are paying increasingly larger taxes, but there is a lot of corruption. I will share a scandal just for you to see an example. There was a drought in Colombia, so the Guajira area, which is one of the poorest areas where tobacco is planted, so they had to send water to supply those populations, which are most indigenous populations, where the money was stolen and was used to buy members of parliament to get support in the government's social reform. So there is structural corruption, and that is a huge barrier to make any changes in the country. Well, thank you for your questions. Jorge, first, this issue of tax reform in Brazil has been ongoing for 30 years approximately, unlike Colombia, where there are a couple of reforms every year or every 2 years. The problem is that Brazil's problem does not lie in the tax system. Brazil is a federation. There is the central government, the state governments, and the municipalities. So in order to maintain what we call tax federalism, the original tax system was developed based on this. It is very difficult to change the system, and this is what the tax reform aimed at, to completely change the Brazilian tax system. And your question about the government's position or the current administration's position, the head of the Citizenship Institute is working with Lula's administration. Lula's administration supported this proposal, but there were many changes in Congress. So that was the reform that was not exactly what the Brazilian government wanted, but the one that was closest. And there are lots of political agreements there. We do not have all the information about what actually happens. We don't know, but sometimes we think that that it was something that was necessary to give the government without any attacks. The government is delayed in submitting its reform on income tax that should have been submitted in March. And there are also changes in terms of taxes on deluxe ships, aircrafts. And there is another amendment, I can't remember very clearly, but it will also make it possible to charge higher urban and territorial taxes on real estate. Well, there are proposals, but right now in Brazil, we're discussing what happens when companies do no longer pay their employees social contributions. Apparently, that policy was only effective during the first 2 years, but this happened over 10 years ago. And right now, this is being discussed in courts, at the Supreme Court. The minister at the Supreme Court set a deadline for the government to say where they will get the resources from, and they have not yet reached an agreement. I think the deadline was June, and now they will have an extension. So it is very difficult to pass any law to do away with these waivers because nobody wants to pay taxes. And this was not part of your question, but ultra-processed food was left out of this reform. This may change because the process is still ongoing. And I can't remember the name of our colleague who asked this, but I have a study from the National Observatory of the Brazilian Tax System. And this study shows who participated in the tax reform. There's a whole mapping. These are called open meetings. And there's people from companies, labor unions, from all sectors. They have around 5 minutes each to speak. I will give you this information. It's in Portuguese, but I think it's simple to read. So it is very interesting to see who did what during the tax reform. But during the process, you could see clearly that the rapporteur would say, yes, yes, okay, move. So it's as if everything has already been decided. But I will give you the link to access this study. Thank you, Alexandra and Alejandra. It's been my pleasure to be here with you. Oh, I have a question for you. Can I ask this question? During the reform in Honduras, you did not increase rates. You just wanted to get resources by fighting evasion. Is that right? Well, thank you. Thank you for listening to us. First of all, I'd like to answer Jorge's question in terms of whether there is more access to information and there is more transparency. Honduras had this issue in terms of information about the tax system. Now there is more opening by the authorities, but especially because data are requested, but not because the organization is publishing this information. And we should also remember that because of bank secrecy and because we do not have agreements with other countries, we have that limit in terms of access to information, as a result of which we cannot do deeper analysis. Now, as to the reform of the tax justice law is based on doing away with those waivers or exemptions so as to collect what we lose through tax spending. It's not about increasing rates. It's only doing away with those waivers that are harmful for the country. As to the role of civil society, I'd like to say that the civil society is playing a significant role in this process. And at FOSDE, at my organization, which has participated in public meetings and has shared documents, because our organization has fought to do this, because we know that Honduras is highly regressive. So the organization has played a major role. It was the first get at the public meetings to provide recommendations about the tax justice law. And there are other organizations too. We're also getting comments from organizations focused on economic and tax issues, but also organizations who work with gender and the environment. This is why so far there are 32 amendments proposed by the Commission. That is, they are considering all those comments provided by different civil society organizations. In terms of the citizenship, well, this is more complicated because there is a lack of information among citizens. That information provided by some sectors has a harmful impact. And we also have a group of experts from Latindad who provide the explanations about the tax system. It's not that they only went to a single group. They went to the TV, to the media, to universities, so as to provide information to people so that they will have more clarity about the tax system. Thank you very much.
Yes, let's give a big round of applause to our three panelists. And that will close our panel, and we'll move on to the next session with Clelia.
Muchísimas gracias por
Thank you for this wonderful panel. You provided us with very rich information. As you know, we have another agenda items. We know that we ran out of time, as usual. So we'll try to do this in the most efficient way possible. Let me tell you what this is about, what the dynamic is, and the methodology that we are going to use, and the objectives are. My personal objective is to make sure that we finish this at 6 at the most. So let's put in all our energy here. As you know, now we expect to have an exchange to assess how much of the feminist perspective we are including in our work and in our conversations.
Y no tenemos claridad de si se trata.
So sometimes we don't know if we have to take it with an expense-based approach, or we need to consider that in tax revenues. But we want to see whether we are introducing also the feminist perspective here and what this means for us. I was discussing with Vero, and sometimes we try to put things together and see what category that work fits into. But this time we want to do it the other way around. So let me invite Vero, and we are going to have some exchanges based on what Vero will tell us. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. Originally, this was set up as a workshop, but we decided to change it because now we ran out of time. So with Clelia, we thought that we could devote 1 hour to the following task. I'm going to give you a 10 to 15-minute presentation on how we can approach our work from a feminist perspective. Working with a feminist perspective on tax issues and fiscal policy matters is not just to disaggregate tax data or analyze the consequences of debt on women, or just to identify the expense items in the budget. This goes beyond the single figure. Here we need to incorporate analytical categories that, with the orthodox approach, were left aside. They were lost for 40 or 50 years, but here we want to look at this from the point of view of gender inequality. One of the categories that incorporates the feminist approach is that of social reproduction. When we talk about social reproduction, we are referring to those things that are required for life sustainability. Oftentimes we talk about life sustainability, but we need to know what that means and what social reproduction means when observed from a feminist fiscal policy point of view. So when we talk about social reproduction, that is one of the categories of Marxism. The feminist ideology adds also the role of care to that notion, because that is what makes that social reproduction possible. So, what is the role of fiscal policy there? The fiscal policy is the main political tool, as we said earlier this morning, to make sure that social reproduction can be distributed in better conditions to the rest of the society by the government. That is why when we talk about fiscal policy, we are not talking just about identifying expense items as one of the components of the fiscal policy. And we are not just looking at the effect on debt on gender inequalities. We are referring to how fiscal policy helps redistribute social reproduction costs. And by focusing on social reproduction, we can analyze fiscal policy, because that is what allows us to collect monies, but we should also consider here social contributions to social security. And it is there where the employers contribute in most of our countries to financing, for instance, leaves. So when we talk about social security and social protection as a whole is one of the most important policies for redistribution of the cost of social reproduction. Then we have other policies that are linked to social reproduction, such as the education policy. And in particular, if we want to redistribute social reproduction costs, the extended school day, because in an education policy where children just go to school at 8 and leave at 12, then that can deepen the social reproduction costs. Food supply at school. Some people consider this as part of the education policy, whereas others consider it as part of social reproduction. But these are funded with tax-derived resources. But we also have some other contributions made by employers, and that is the employees' contribution. So there is a setback in our discussion in that regard. There is a setback in the distribution of the burden of social reproduction. So when we talk about fiscal policy, we need to put this notion of social reproduction and care at the center. Care is the key variable for sustainable living. Today we are talking about care, but historically we would talk about care and social reproduction separate from production. However, this is the second element. The feminist economy, with its theoretical scaffolding, suggests not to have this kind of differentiation because care provision can happen within the household, in the private sector, and social reproduction can also occur in the productive sector and in the reproductive sector. So this historical division between productive and reproductive work needs to be analyzed quite carefully, especially when we think about the commoditization of care activities, where capital plays a key role. We have tax deductions related to care activities. This is seen in some progressive sectors and also as left-wing government proposals to provide more tax reductions to care facilities. So we need to ask ourselves what is behind that. Are they useful? Can they be used to finance universal care policies? But we also have the private sector. If we give those tax deductions to the private sector, then we are telling the families that they should set up businesses or they should hire private services, and the companies are also encouraged in a negative manner, so that leads to further inequalities. So when we look at the fiscal policy, we need to consider other notions such as vulnerability, reciprocity, and solidarity. As far as vulnerability is concerned, if we go back to the World Bank, this means those that are not poor, but they are not middle class. So they move from one income level to the other income level. But when we look at the IMF's description of social policy, and in the case of Argentina or Paraguay right now, what they are saying is that there needs to be protection for vulnerable sectors. From the point of view of the feminist economy, there is a deeper analysis of the concept of vulnerability. And we start from the idea that all individuals are vulnerable throughout their lives. At certain points, they are more vulnerable than at others. But all of us need care, and all of us have the right to access care at a certain point in our life. Another important concept is that of reciprocity. The tax system comes into play exactly at that point. Here, a part of the society that has more means can finance care policies so as to guarantee that the costs of care can be socialized. So the distributive system is directly introduced into this debate. What we can do to reduce social reproduction costs, and more importantly, how to redistribute their costs, those costs. And when we talk about vulnerability, we are talking about the need for a full reform of social security systems, because social security today is concentrated in the paid working sector, and 50% of women who are not working but who are producing approximately 17% of GDP with unpaid work are left aside. In Latin America, the 17% of unpaid work of the GDP may be higher and may be more associated to the industry sector. And unpaid work means subsidizing capital. If that unpaid work did not exist, what would be the level of the minimum wage? So that is a question that we should ask ourselves. So here we see the conflict of capital accumulation with life vulnerability, because our system, our tax policies are conceived to guarantee capital accumulation and not to ensure social reproduction. In most of the cases, tax distribution tends to benefit capital. When we talk about tax systems based on the VAT, this is because they tend to levy taxes on individuals and consumption and not on capital. When we think about risk rating agencies, they rate the risk of countries from the point of view of capital and not social reproduction of life and sustainable living. When we consider the sustainability of debt, countries' debt payment capacity is being protected, but there is no guarantee for financing of rights. When we think about fiscal rules, the fiscal rules in place in our countries usually aim at reducing expenses and not increasing tax revenues. So when expenses need to be reduced, fiscal rules are applied. In Europe, for instance, one of those fiscal rules is known the Golden Rule. That is, people may become indebted for capital expenditure, not for current expenditure, but care expenditure is a current expense. Health is a current expense item. So, since we are now looking at this from the point of view of care policies, we find that the return of care policies is higher than road infrastructure investments and the big works that are taking place. So from the perspective of the feminist economy, analytical categories are discussed in order to better analyze the theoretical scaffolding of the economy. But at the same time, the feminist economy tries to debunk false truths that occur throughout our entire learning process of the economy. They are taken for granted, but there is no empirical evidence to support them. So, I'll stop now. In Latin that we are trying to address this theoretical content with some colleagues. We are discussing this also in IAFE. These were some topics that we included in our debates, and this encourages us to look at tax policies with a feminist lens, incorporating social reproduction and care. And when we talk about care, we are not just talking about the need to finance more care policies. We also focus on sustainable living, making sure that fiscal policies are set within the framework of the dispute between capital accumulation and sustainable living and social reproduction. I will stop now, and I think that we only have 15 minutes left, right? Or I completed my 15 minutes, sorry.
Perdón la informalidad.
Thank you, Vero. I apologize for having introduced you so informally. When I joined Latindad, I had very little experience on these topics, and Vero was my indirect mentor throughout that process, so I'd like to publicly acknowledge her support. Now, we will have exchanges and groups. We'll break out into 4 groups. We can get closer to the columns. This is no longer a formal session, so we can move around. And I'd like to invite you to answer some questions while we talk with the following goal. There are several international, regional, and global processes where things are being mobilized in the fiscal sector. We've been talking about the UN Convention, PTLAC, the G20 process, processes for funding for development. Well, I have a list here, but basically the COPs, for example, changes in the international financial architecture. And here, I'd like to invite you to discuss in the groups how we can all contribute to implement or include these approaches mentioned by Vero in a comprehensive way. That is, within the process to mobilize for the UN fiscal process, how can we approach the inclusion of feminism in that process? So we have 15 minutes to exchange opinions and comments, and you can choose, every group can choose what process they'd like to discuss. And at the end, we'll have some time to share our feedback. We shouldn't be so reactive in our process, because when we start responding to what's happening outside, we tackle that in parts because there is not too much room for us to get together and build a more integral or comprehensive process. Since we are here, since we got together, I'd like to invite you to discuss this during 15 minutes. There will be leaders in each group that will facilitate the groups. There is Luisa here, so the first group will go all the way until the first column. So we already have the first group here. From here onwards, we have Nati. Nati will be facilitating this group. Denise, maybe you could get closer to that side. And Vero, could you please lead the 4th group? So the 4th group would start around here. Thank you very much. So you have 15 minutes, and we will give you some sheets of paper in case you want to write down your ideas.
Son aproximadamente 5 personas por grupo.
It's about 5 people per group. This group is smaller, so Nahira, you might come here. You might join this group, Nahira. Thank you.
Podemos hacer que este grupo de acá sea un grupo en inglés también, es buena idea.
it's a good idea. We could have here an English-speaking group. So Nahira, who else? So this could be Alexandra. This could be the English-speaking group. Dereje, you can also come here if you want. So this is the English-speaking group.
Todos los grupos tienen su papelote, ¿verdad? interrumpo un ratito. Nos quedan como unos 6 minutos más o menos, así que les...
We have approximately 6 minutes left, so I invite you to start writing your ideas on the sheets of paper.
Nos quedan 3 minutos para cerrar. Último minuto. ¿Estamos listos? ¿Sí, no? Que conste que yo los quiero liberar pronto.
Are you ready? I want to release you soon, but you don't want to.
I asked them, but they are not doing it. And also, and out of the, I am trying to send you guys home like early, but nobody wants to stop talking. It's like, hopefully. Yeah. Late. For your neck, it was like to change it. Tenemos 2 de 2, muy bien. Digo, 2 de 4. ¿Estamos listos? Muy bien, 3 de 4. ¿Estamos listos?
Okay, are we ready? 3 out of 4.
Bueno, les voy comentando. Vamos a tener.
Okay. We will now share some time, 2-3 minutes, every group. We're going to exchange our thoughts and understand that there are common work spaces. So I wanted to open up those doors and discuss the possibilities of exchanging information going forward. We can start with Floor's group. We'll then continue with Nati's group, then Veda's group, and finally Denise's group.
Listo. Vamos a escuchar.
Okay, we'll listen to the first group's conclusions. I'm going to report just because I'm going to speak in Spanish, but this was a Spanish-speaking group. We focused on the UN Tax Convention. I guess this is what most of the groups have done as well. We started our discussion about the fact that gender-based taxes are not included in terms of reference. It's a demand, but I think that no countries are requesting this. If there is only one, that is already a lot, so there is no place for it in the convention yet. It's partially connected to the discussion on human rights, which, as we also discussed, it's very much related to privacy, so it's important to connect this with what we describe here as understanding this. Human rights are usually restrictions for government. In this case, it's an obligation that we demand from the state so that it will be enforced. We also discussed negotiation dynamics, which we think are connected to gender inequality and to other discrimination and inequality topics as well. The need for those who negotiate to understand that taxes are not only a technical thing, but also a social thing. And we think there is an important component there that is we have to consider who are those who participate in negotiations. Are they only thinking of the technical part or the social part? We need to have social understanding there, so we need to make sure who participates in the negotiations. There's also something related to the idea that we have to be explicit in terms of race and gender discrimination, not necessarily as something new, but connecting instruments that already exist in the United Nations. This is very important because it opens up the possibilities to collect data, because there are commitments. The idea that a tax cap will bring different players, which will be good because there will be different profiles discussing these topics. The importance of communicating these ideas to other coalitions. We talked a little bit about repair, but connecting with other coalitions is another way of including this discussion in a wider framework of inequalities and inclusion. Thank you, Flor. This is the only group that used these sheets, so special congratulations to this group. Shall we continue with Nati's group now? We will move the mic so that we have to turn to a different side. We did not do our homework correctly, we have no big sheet of paper. We have chosen the PTLAC, which, as you heard today, is a Latin American tax platform. There are three work groups, one of progressiveness, one of tax spending, and one of taxes and climate. So we imagine we can make suggestions to PTLAC, so we made two general suggestions and some specific suggestions. General suggestions, we can contribute to developing a narrative on taxing sustainable living, so that PTLAC, it will be great for PTLAC to include this perspective. The second general suggestion is that precisely in order to have a sustainable narrative, we need to add society. That is, we have to increase social participation at the PTLAC so as to have more social organizations that can contribute to consolidate this narrative of sustainable living. Those are the two general suggestions. From a specific point of view for GT, we suggest creating more would be, one would be on taxes and care, understanding what the definition of care is. So we have to see what care means to us, and we also have to quantify what a care system should include, precisely to say what resources should be mobilized in order to fund care systems. So that's a second suggestion for the working group on progressiveness, to take into account the cost of the care system so as to mobilize or implement progressiveness in the tax system so as to fund the care system. And that's it, I think. Have I forgotten anything? No, that's it. Thank you, Nati. We'll now go to the group that has talked the most this afternoon. Well, in our group, there was a very interesting discussion. We started talking about these UN initiatives and the scope within the current context, especially in the global south. But then we did not take any specific initiative as a reference, but Najaret from ISP talked about, of PSI talked about some ideas, the regional women's conference, about different fora, CEDAW, and the funding of this agenda. Noe was telling us about the fact that there is not too much information about these initiatives. We're not so close to those negotiation processes, and that so it is still necessary to communicate information about these platforms. And finally, I'd like to say that we had a discussion about the fact that these platforms are already here, PTLAC, United Nations, any platform that may come up. And when we mention this, people will say, as they usually say to feminists, this is very complicated, how can we do this? How can you translate this into something concrete? Because this is a technical discussion. But over these days, we've seen that this is a political discussion, so we need to address the state with a text that has already been negotiated. We can start participating in these discussions. And I'd also like to add the following. We have to keep working in networks and to support the feminists who are already working in these negotiations processes. Thank you, Denise. Who's going to present?
Bueno, nosotras tampoco hicimos la carta.
Well, we did not fill in that big sheet of paper, but we have the ideas. The first thing we discussed was tax benefits. This idea to do away with gender bias that we see there, depending on the type of benefit, etc. We saw an opportunity to work with PTLAC, and that is said there is a specific working group there which has been focused on quantification of spending so far, but it needs a focus on equity. We've been trying to incorporate it, but we believe that there is an opportunity to introduce gender perspective there. We also discussed the availability of information about spending and the hypocrisy we see in terms of taxing, using indirect taxes, and the difficulty to disclose any information about the richer individuals.
Para tener los datos concretos que permitan hacer estas evaluaciones de.
And we see the need to have more information so that we can have concrete data. And we reached the same diagnosis reached by the first group. The climate agenda was able to get into the process. Same thing with the development agenda, with the super rich taxing agenda. It's also there, but we need to explicitly mention gender equality. But we see we're still on time. The perspective we thought was not only human rights, but also wealth taxing, and see which countries could promote this agenda. Because there's no one prioritizing this agenda, even though we think there wouldn't be too much resistance to it. And finally, we discussed the need to mainstream this perspective. Sometimes there are some green taxes which are regressive and compensation measures are controversial because the more feminist sectors would be carrying the burden of these taxes.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you everyone for this space, for keeping some energy for this exchange at the end of the day, which always makes things more difficult. There are several things. First, I asked the leaders of the different groups to send us their ideas in writing so that we may analyze those ideas more thoroughly and see what we can do about them. Number two, the doors of Latindad, of our network, are always open to you so that we can all talk, discuss, and work on different things. Some ideas are already being implemented, and we're always willing to listen to you. In the third place, thank you very much again, and I hope you will have a great evening. I always like saying three things. That's my personal thing. So I always finish by saying three things. It's a number I like. Thank you very much for everything, and we'll keep on in touch.